Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Everyone.
Thank you.
The meeting is now live. Thanks to our clerks team who's put all of our tech together here, and we're ready to go. So I'll start with asking Acting Clerk Pilon, could you please confirm that quorum is present?
Mayor Horvath, quorum is present.
Thanks so much. As we have quorum present for today's meeting, I want to start by calling this City Council meeting to order, and as always, begin with the National Anthem. So please rise as you are able for the National Anthem. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Please be seated. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbours, partners, and caretakers. Members are reminded that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings. And we're going to start with the approval of the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda? No amendments? So may I then have a motion to approve the agenda as presented? Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Wang. Show of hands, please, for the adoption of the agenda approval. Thank you. We're now on to declarations of interest. Members of council, are there any declarations of interest for today's meeting? I have a non-disqualifying interest in item 9.8, 2026 budget book and budgetary process, as the motion is in reference to me. And so that's a non-disqualifying interest. Councillor Francis, please go ahead.
Apologies, I don't have the number, but the GFL landfill report with the 3-kilometer radius. I live within that radius. It is determined to be a non-disqualifying interest. Just want to.
Non-disqualifying?
Yeah, non-disqualifying. I had that on record at the previous GIC when it came forward as a motion, and I wasn't at the last GIC, so I didn't get to say that. So.
Thank you. Thanks so much. So we don't have any disqualifying interests. Those who have noted a non-disqualifying interest will participate impartially in the decision-making processes related to the matter. Oh, Councillor Clark, please. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I would have a similar situation, non-disqualifying conflict of interest. I live 1.3 kilometers away from the landfill, and the motion for the report back in 7.7 at GIC speaks about 3 kilometers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And so again, decision-making processes can be participated in with a non-disqualifying interest. Okay, no ceremonial activities today, so we'll move on to the approval of minutes of the previous meeting, July 16th, 2025. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the July 16th, 2025 meeting as presented? Motion to put it on the table, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Wang. Any discussion on the minutes, folks? No, seeing none. Then we will go to a show of hands vote, please. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Now we're into the information items, starting with 6.1, PED 25122A, Energy Storage Systems Conditional Blanket Municipal Support Resolution. May I have a motion to receive item 6.1? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Kassar. Any discussion on this one? I don't see any. So we will indicate by show of hands. All those in favor? Any opposed? That one carries. Thank you. We're on to 7 committee recommendations. 7.1 PWC Public Works Committee 25-009, July 28, 2025. Councillor Francis, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee minutes of July 28, 2025 and receive the correspondence item?
You may. It's moved by myself, second by Councillor Spatafor. A, that the PWC 25-009, being the minutes of the Public Works Committee meeting held on Monday, July 28, 2025, item 7.1, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. And B, that the following correspondence item be received. 1, correspondence from Gabriel Nicholson respecting minute item 10.10, fencing to support St. Anthony Church, 830 Barton Street, East Hamilton, Ward 3.
Thanks very much. Are there any items within the minutes that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Seeing none, then we will indicate our position on this particular item through the electronic vote process. Is it coming up on people's devices? No. Oh, okay. It's warming up. There we go. Thank you. That carries 12-0. Thanks very much. On to 7.2, Planning Committee, July 29, 2025, PLC 25-011. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to receive, approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee minutes of July 29, 2025, and receive the correspondence items. I believe Councillor Kassar has an amendment to item 9.5 respecting the report regarding energy storage systems. So we'll go first with the putting the item on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by past Chair Councillor Kassar, that PLC 25011 being the minutes of Planning Committee meeting held on Tuesday, July 29th, 2025, item 7.2 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, and that B, the following correspondence items be received. Correspondence from Daniel Mutundo respecting minute item 8.2 and additional correspondence respecting minute item 8.2 for the application of draft plan subdivision for lands located at 700 Gardner Road.
Thanks very much. So that now puts us to the place where Councillor Kassar can put his amendment forward to item 9.5 respecting report PED 25122 Energy Storage Systems Interim Strategy and Municipal Support Resolution Protocol citywide. So Councillor Kassar, can you please introduce your amendment?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Moved by me, seconded by Councillor Wang. This is basically just a little bit of housekeeping, and with thanks to Scott Turnbull from the Planning Department, I put forward an amendment, a motion at Planning Committee, and it needed to be cleaned up to be clear, so thankful for staff to put this language forward. Essentially, it's approving the staff recommendation beyond the current intake, but for the current intake of LT2 for proposals from industry. It is a blanket resolution with conditions, and the conditions were outlined in the alternative. So essentially, it's taking the staff alternative that was proposed for the short term until the end of 2025 for any project requests, and then accepting the staff recommendation and going forward beyond the end of 2025. And so the language just cleans that up so it's clear. I won't go through all reading it all.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Gusar. Anything from the seconder? No? Councillor Clark.
Thank you. So can I ask a couple of questions of staff specific to, I guess, item O, which is the amendment? It speaks to setback, a minimum of 150 meters from sensitive lands as defined in the official plan. How are we defining sensitive lands?
I'm looking over to the bench. Jim Prasad?
Yes, thank you for the questions. General Manager Arvind Prasad, Planning and Economic Development. The official plan has a definition of sensitive lands. I don't have that in front of me. I'm just going to confer with Anita Fabak to see if she has that.
Anita's right behind you. Maybe she could come to the bench to...
Okay. Yes. Madam Mayor, Scott Turnbull will address that.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're up at the top. Okay, please go ahead.
Sorry, through the mayor to the councillor. I have the definition in front of me and I can read that.
Please go ahead.
So a sensitive land use in the Urban Hamilton official plan means a building, amenity area, or outdoor space where routine or normal activities occurring at reasonably expected times would experience one or more adverse effects from contaminant discharges generated by a nearby major facility. The sensitive land use may be part of the natural or built environment. Depending on the particular facility involved, a sensitive land use and associated activities may include one or a combination of, and there are a number of items listed here, but includes residences or facilities where people sleep. This includes single and multi-unit dwellings, long-term care facilities, hospitals, trailer parks, campgrounds, etc. These uses are considered to be sensitive 24 hours a day. The definition does proceed, but I'll leave it here for now. If there are any other questions, I'm happy to provide answers.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mayor. So basically, it's any use where someone is sleeping in a building cannot be within 150 meters of this as proposed, correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that is correct. There are other uses listed, including a permanent structure for non-facility related uses, particularly of the institutional nature. This includes schools, daycare centers, etc.
So it says it has to be located outside of the core areas. What are we referencing there?
That's on
Downtown?
item 3.
Through the mayor to the councillor, that condition references the core natural areas which are identified on Schedule B of the Urban and Rural Hamilton Official Plan. So it speaks to the core natural features which are protected through official plan policies. So the condition states that these energy storage systems have to be located outside of those core areas.
Thank you. So can they be built in an urban setting?
Through the chair, or sorry, through the mayor to the councillor, yes, there are specific land use designations that have been identified both in the conditional blanket municipal support resolution and the municipal support protocol and in the draft official plan amendments where these energy storage systems can be permitted, including employment area designations, industrial land, business park, and the airport employment growth district. However, the city zoning bylaw does not permit energy storage systems as of right. So as part of the draft official plan amendments proposed, proponents would have to go through a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment process to site the facilities.
I guess I have some trepidation there.
Understandable.
I've seen several large storage facilities in the world go up in flames. And when they do, when it's a runaway fire, because they are simply giant batteries that are stored on site, the gases that come off it, the smoke that comes off it is toxic. And it's a real concern if we're going to permit such buildings in an urban setting. I think of Plastamit and the fire that happened there and all of the fallout that happened from that, because that building was basically in an urban area. So while I don't oppose battery storage of electricity, I have concerns where they're going to be sited. And this looks like we're permitting them to be sited in an urban area as long as they're 150 meters away from any other houses. And I don't think that's good enough. So I can't support it the way it is right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I don't see any further speakers on the list. So this amendment, I believe, requires an electronic vote. And so it's in front of us, and we'll go to the vote now then. Thank you. That carries 11 to 1. Thanks very much. Let's see. Are there any further items that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately in this report? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote then, and the electronic vote. What's that? A lot faster. Yeah, a lot faster. It's warmed up. Okay, that carries 12 to 0 overall. Thanks very much. We're now on to 7.3 and 12.3, GIC 25-010, General Issues Committee, July 30th, 2025. Councillor Kretsch, may I please have a motion to receive, approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee's open and closed minutes of July 30th, 2025, and receive the correspondence items.
So moved by myself, and I was trying to do some math in my head as to who on earth is the deputy mayor and which different month. I think Ted was supposed to be the person I chose, but since he's not here, I think it's Matt is in August, right? So if Councillor Francis would second it, thanks.
Okay, great. Then are there any items within the minutes that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Councillor Francis?
I've got two items here. I've got 9.6 and 7.7.
Okay.
I'd request a separate vote on 9.6, and then I've got an amendment for 7.7.
Okay, let me just get organized here. 9.6 and 7.7. So 9.6 is you wanted to speak to, and
just some very brief remarks and
okay.
a separate vote on it. I wasn't able to attend the meeting. Yeah, this was a motion put forward by Councillor Spadafora, asking for greater clarity on the use of the city manager's powers. I actually spent time watching this debate after the fact. Just as an observer, not participating in the event, I left that conversation more confused than at the beginning. So for me, Councillor Spadafora putting this forward would have provided a great deal of transparency to me and to my residents and to the residents in this city on how that process is supposed to occur. That's how I interpreted his motion. I didn't think there was any agenda. I truly thought he was just trying to seek clarity for the residents in this city, and I thought that was prudent of him to bring that forward, given the fact that it was not clear whatsoever. So just a separate vote that I can put my vote of opposition on.
okay.
Or support for the motion, rather. Apologies.
That's okay. Any further discussion? Okay, then that will be voted on separately, 9.6. And the other one, Councillor Francis, I'm sorry?
7.7.
Okay, please go ahead.
So this is for the, let me start by saying, like, I support this work being done. This is good work, adding to the Indigenous Relations file, which is important work that we have committed to doing as a city, but we're being asked to commit city funds before exhausting senior levels of government options. I'm sorry. Thank you. You're right. Thank you. Good catch. I thought that I've got my notes out of order here. Pardon me?
I'm sorry,
Right.
what, so
I've mixed
I
up my
don't,
notes. Disqualify, I wanted, that's for ECS. I should just provide my non-disqualifying interest for 7.7. I mixed up my notes here.
oh, okay.
Apologies.
Oh, I see, okay.
Just wanted,
Okay, so that's
Yeah.
been identified, and so,
okay.
yeah, you can still speak to it, though, because
No,
it's a
no, that's
non-disqualifying.
it. I'm good.
Oh, I see, okay, all right, so then we're moving on? Everything ready to move on? Okay, so, there are no further speakers then to this item? No? And then we'll go to the vote. Oh, sorry, 7.9 first. 9.6, sorry, geez. 9.6 first, we'll go to a separate vote on that. We'll get there. Oh, shoot, I misvoted. I misvoted on that one. Sorry. I can revote? Yes, please.
Mind if I just clarify for folks here? So if we vote in support yes on this, that is supporting the motion as if it's on the table right now? Okay, that's correct.
I'm a no.
Point of order, please,
Yes,
Mayor Horvath.
please, go ahead,
Please,
Councillor
for further
Jackson.
clarity, good morning, Mayor
Absolutely.
Horvath.
Good morning.
Through you to the clerk. So what's before us was defeated. So if I vote yes, I'm reaffirming the defeat. Can we get that clarified, DC?
No,
Deputy Clerk,
it's before
please.
us again for, it's been raised, so it's before us again for a revote, like for a decision. It's before us again for a decision, is my understanding. And so if you are supportive of this motion, which is now before council, you vote for it, and if you are opposed to this motion, which is now before council, you vote against it. Now, I'm just looking at the deputy clerk to make sure that I'm correct.
Mayor Horvath, it is the motion is on the floor. So it's similar to how it was on the floor at GIC. You're voting on that motion again.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk Pilon. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you.
Perfectly clear, as if we were last week at committee. Thank you.
I have at least one person who is indicating that they voted incorrectly.
That was me.
Yep, and two people.
So can we just do a revote on all
Yeah,
of that?
so I'm gonna
please? We
cancel the
haven't
vote and
posted
go again.
anything publicly. So now that everybody's quite clear about what we're voting on, can we just have that vote up again, please? Thanks, Councillor Jackson. It's defeated 5-7. Thanks very much. We're now on to the report as a whole. Are there any other items people want to discuss? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote on the General Issues Committee report. And that carries 12-0. We're now on AF&A 25-010, Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee Report, July 31st, 2025. Councillor Spatafora, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee minutes of July 31st, 2025?
Good morning. Moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Jeff Beattie, that the AFNA 25-010, being the minutes of Audit and Finance and Administration Committee held on July 31st, item 7.4, be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kretsch, please go ahead.
I'd like a separate vote on 8.12A. So I will briefly speak to it.
Sure, please go ahead.
8.12A is the section, just for those who weren't attending, just for fun, because staff wrote the bylaw in a way where there was the for-profit development charge and not-for-profit development charge changes in the same bylaw. If you wanted to vote for one or the other, we had to split the bylaw up into 3 separate votes. So I voted against the 20% for for-profit developers, and I'll speak to that in a moment, and that is this section here, and I wanted to make sure I'm affirming my vote so I can vote no again. That's why I'm doing that. The other 2 sections were everyone voted the same, so there's no split vote there, so I'm not looking at those. Just briefly speak to it. I'll say what I said at AFNA, but I'll just keep it shorter. When I asked the question repeatedly in different ways as to whether or not this 20% development charge discount would have a direct impact on those purchasing homes, if we could track the money as it went from the city to the developer to the home purchaser, nobody could confirm it would. Nobody would stand behind that principle. When I asked folks in the industry if they would stand behind an amendment to that effect, I didn't get an answer. And so for me, this is about making sure that the thing we're being promised is actually going to happen. So if we're going to see this impact prices for people, and that sometimes looks like $20 or $40 or $60 or $80,000 and sometimes more depending on the kind of development it is, and we're passing that directly on to people and have the power as a municipality to do that, great. What I heard was, we don't. We have no way to enforce that, no way to check it, no way to verify it. And the only way we'd be able to do that kind of thing is for developers to finally open their books around these conversations. For me, I think it's extremely important that if we're giving incentives to people and they're taking money from the city, they should be required to meet some level, any level of financial transparency. And what I continue to hear is that's not required in this situation. So for me, it's a no. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Alex Wilson. Oh, sorry, Councillor Clark, and then Councillor Alex Wilson. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I was not present at the AFNA. I had a medical appointment that I needed to attend to. So can I ask a few questions while the item is before us here now?
Please go ahead.
Please, thank you. So in item 2A in that resolution, it doesn't speak to a 20% reduction in development charges. So where does it speak to it? Because I can't find it anywhere in this motion.
GM Prasad? Sorry, that would be my GM Zagaric. I apologize. Thanks.
Through the chair, Mike Zagaric, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. Appendix A, I believe there's 4 parts to Appendix A, which speak to the blanket 20% discount, temporary discount for both residential and non-residential.
So that's in the background report and not in the resolution. So the resolution does not indicate that we are giving a 20% reduction. The resolution that I'm about to vote on does not give any number to the percent of reduction.
Through the chair, that's correct. It's referred to in Appendix A, which would then be reflected in an amendment to the bylaw.
Well, first I'll speak to the lack of transparency, because when people in the future look at this recommendation, it doesn't say in the recommendation that we were reducing development charges by 20%. So I think that's a mistake. If we're being transparent, it should be very forthright that that's what we're trying to do in this resolution. Do we have any commitment from the federal government or the provincial government that they are going to provide us infrastructure grants that would therefore enable us to offer discounts on development charges. For example, so the public understands, development charges pays for infrastructure. If the federal government gave us $300 million for the upgrades to the water treatment facility, which is something that we're trying to proceed with, then that $300 million would come off of the background study, which means that the development charges would be reduced by a similar amount. So do we have anything from the feds or the province saying, I mean, they're all saying we want development charges lowered. Prime Minister Carney went so far as saying by 50%. Interestingly enough, he doesn't have any control over development charges in municipalities, but that's a different point. Do we have anything from them?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, we do not have any provincial or federal infrastructure funding commitment that would further alleviate development charges, nor do we have any other program funding such as Building Better Fund, the provincial fund that would further reduce or mitigate the costs associated with development charge discounts.
Thank you for that, Mayor. I appreciate GM Zagarik's candor. So help me to understand. We're reducing development charges ostensibly because the development community, the broader community, people are saying houses are too expensive. But if I heard my colleague correct earlier, there is no guarantee that housing prices are going to go down if we lower the development charge. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. In our engagement with both the residential and non-residential, but principally the residential, there was no indication that a further DC discount would affect the affordability of housing. It is before committee and council in recognition of improving housing supply as well as the labor force. But staff in its report did identify we have no expectations that it will impact on affordability based on our consultations.
So what's the goal of lowering it by 20% then if it's not going to lower housing prices?
James Zagarek?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the objective is to positively impact housing supply, recognizing it is only one effort and one measure, and that further efforts and measures are required, as we heard from delegates, including from the provincial and federal government, as well as support for the local labor construction industry.
Mayor, how does it help housing supply?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the interest is to unlock some of the both residential and non-residential developments that have site plan approvals or building permit approvals where developers are not proceeding because of current market conditions. And again, the intent is in an effort to try to unlock some of those potential developments.
And the cost implication for our budget, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, as per the report, staff are indicating no further impacts in 2025 in that we had budgeted for development charge exemptions based on historic levels of development. And as those development levels have not met that historic average, we're able to accommodate the estimated $9.6 million from within the approved 2025 budget, and we will review this in lead up to our 2026 budget as well.
Councillor Clark, I have one more speaker on the list.
I have one more question. Can you second time, please?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, just two questions from me. Does this stack on top of any provincially mandated exemptions that may or may not exist right now in Ontario? So I'm thinking of the 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom purpose-built rentals that are within the province's definition of affordable rent. You can get the, I believe it's 15, 20, 25% discounts, just seeking this stacks on top of that existing relief.
Thanks. Jim Zagarek, please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes. The intent is for the temporary discount to stack on both statutory and discretionary development charge exemptions, including the affordable and attainable provincial statutory exemptions.
Thank you. And then through you, Mayor, just seeking clarification that the way it would stack is, say I'm building a 3-bedroom unit, my DCs are quoted at $100K just for nice math. I get my 25% off because I'm building a 3-bedroom affordable. Now I have 75K DCs, and then it's 20% of that, or it's an additional 20% off the original 100?
James Garrick?
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Or additional 20, apologies.
Yep. Through you, Madam Mayor, it is 20% off of the $75,000, and Appendix D in the report provides, I believe, 5 examples of different scenarios.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, when it comes to affordable housing exemptions, those are set at 100%, so 0 DCs, full relief. If a market developer partnered with a nonprofit developer to meet the 25-year affordability requirements, keeping the unit affordable, would that partnership allow them to be eligible for a no DC or a 100% exemption?
Through you, Madam Mayor, short answer, it would depend on the composition of the partnership, in that the not-for-profit would have to be the owner and would have to commit to the 25-year time period.
Thank you. Last question from myself, just prompted by some of Councillor Clark's questions. How does the mandatory provincial exemptions impact the DC relief calculation, our ability to pay? Is that already factored in? Because that was in the previous estimate, and so this is just on top again, or is there a change that also comes from the province's mandatory exemptions?
James Garrick?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there are no changes as it relates to the province's mandatory exemptions, in that they were assumed as part of the 2025 budget forecast.
Thank you. Quick comment from me. I'm sympathetic to developers who are coming forward with their pro formas who say this doesn't work. I can think of a couple small scale developers, Ward 13, doing infill, that exact type of thing we need at a very small local scale, and this is the type of relief that would unlock some of those types of developments. And so I'm hearing that on the one hand. On the other hand, as Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Clark, Councillor Maureen Wilson brought up in the debate at AFNA, we're not subsidizing other for-profit industries without strings attached, saying, hey, we understand the conditions are difficult right now. Here's a check to get to the next rainy day. And so I can see the value in this. I do think systemic relief of DCs through federal advocacy for growth infrastructure, provincial advocacy for growth infrastructure, that's the cleaner way to do this. I can't support a blanket additional exemption of 20% right now, but I think we do need to find creative ways to be a pro-growth municipality while doing that, but I don't know that a blanket 20% really gets us to where we need to be. And so for that reason, I didn't support this. That committee won't be able to support this today, but appreciative of the context we're finding ourselves in for this discussion. I think continuing to push for systemic solutions, as the city is doing at other levels, is definitely something I can continue to support. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Cassar.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I'm not on the AFNA committee, but I did watch some of the committee meeting live, particularly Steve Pomeroy's presentation, and followed up watching the rest of it later. So there were a lot of questions asked, which were helpful. I have a couple here to ask at council. First of all would be to Jim Prasad or anyone from planning, just around the timing. So we're talking about a 2-year exemption. I think that's pretty clear. But I know there are things in the Planning Act or things that we as a city have done that can allow developers to extend or wait to sit on a development project and not build. So what I would like to understand is, from the point of when a developer may lock in DCs with a 20% exemption here, how far could that be extended into the future until building actually started, given permissions that are available? And if that question is clear through you.
Thanks, Councillor Cassar. Jim Prasad?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think from our perspective, development charges, through you, Madam Mayor, is collected at the time of building permit. So if someone moves forward from site plan and applies for the building permit, they would be required to pay for the building permit. Site plans do expire, I believe it's 3 years, so they would have to get a renewal if they don't proceed with the site plan. So there is always that danger, but the building permits are actually payment of DCs are actually at the building permit stage. So, somebody could get site plan approval and, not proceed, but that doesn't necessarily mean it triggers a payment of DCs. That's later in the process.
Councillor Kassar?
Okay, so from a building permit, when they pay, how much, under what time frame do they have to start building? Are there extensions that are available from that? If you can just clarify and add on to what you had said through your mayor.
Thank you. Jim Prasad?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, once a building permit is issued, there is a time limit on it, so they would have to, and it does expire. I don't have that information in front of me in terms of exactly when a building permit will expire. Usually, I can look that up. I guess most likely it's a year or 2 years. If there's no activity in a building permit, it would expire, but I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
Councillor Kassar?
Thank you. Different question for Jim Zegarac on a different track. Just thinking of this from an investment point of view, I'm skeptical whether this would actually incent any activity, which has been expressed previously. But to Jim Zegarac, if we take the comparison of a scenario where there's no building happening over 2 or 3 years because it doesn't make sense financially, versus giving a 20% exemption here, and one of the examples in the appendices was roughly a $20,000 exemption. So if we assume that property taxes are just a round number $10,000, to me, we'd be paying back that exemption over a course of 2 years. So from a purely financial point of view, with a payback period of 2 years, generally that's probably a pretty good business case, not considering all the other details here. So to GM Zegarac, is that a correct take on here with those round numbers? Through you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Kassar. Jim Zegarac?
Yeah. Through you, Madam Mayor. Short answer is yes, in terms of referencing the future housing supply or non-residential that we are assuming as it relates to our growth plans and our master plans. Why I think that's important is we are planning to that future growth, and if that future growth does not materialize, there is a potential risk to the corporation in having those assets stranded for a short period of time until the growth occurs. So that was as well a consideration, is how do we align and incentivize growth to better align with our planning, recognizing we do have the discretion on deferring some capital projects if growth is dropping off, and sort of resetting those forecasts to better reflect actual patterns.
Thanks for that. I guess just some comments if I have time.
Sure, you have about 43 seconds.
I'll go on a second time.
Go a second time?
Yeah,
okay. Thanks, Councillor Kassar. I wanted to make a few comments on this one as well, but it's more following up on some of the issues that have been raised. One is, of course, that this is a pilot project for a 2-year period. So my question is, how are we tracking? Will we be tracking, and when will Council get reports back on the utilization of this incentive should it pass Council today?
Through the chair, yes, we will be tracking and we will be reporting annually, or if there is material change prior to an annual update.
Okay, I just want to understand that we're not talking just about housing, right? We're talking about commercial and industrial investment as well, which we've been seeing a lot of, frankly, in Hamilton, which is a good thing. Am I correct?
Through the chair, yes. And in response to the mayor's roundtable on trade and tariff, there was a meaningful conversation with the non-residential sector regarding the impacts that confidence surrounding trade and tariff is having on that sector, and the drop in consumer confidence and the impact that's having on demand and development in non-residential. And for that reason, we are recommending, staff are recommending a 20% discount as well for the non-residential. I'll say relative to what other municipalities have done, I believe we're the only municipality who is extending this to the non-residential sector as well.
Thank you, GM Zegarac. Appreciate that. I just want to follow up a little bit on Councillor Kassar's line of questioning. I think it was Councillor Kassar who talked about the building permits and whether they can be, whether once the development charge has been paid upon the issuing of the permit, that can get delayed, perhaps, possibly. But I guess what I would ask then, is there a possibility of that being something that's tracked as well, so that council has an understanding on an ongoing way, maybe quarterly, it's probably too soon, maybe twice a year, whether these are expiring and being requested to be extended. I think that's something we should know, we should understand, we should keep track of, because this is a pilot project. The point is we want to see whether it's effective or not. And so I know that staff will be tracking that, but I think from a governance perspective, we're changing a bylaw. We're making changes that we need to kind of understand how they are being, how they are working out in terms of the desired outcomes. James Prasad?
Yes, thank you very much for that question, Madam Mayor. Yes, we can definitely report back on a semi-annual basis. I believe in a little bit more clarification to the question asked by Councillor Kassar, the chief building official has the ability to revoke a permit, and it's different practices in different municipalities. I believe in Hamilton it's 18 months. But again, I'd have to check on that. I know in the city of Toronto, for example, it's 18 months, and then building permits expire. So we can report back on that to see what level of take-up there has been in building permit activity, and how the development industry has responded.
Okay, thank you. James Garrick?
Through the chair, and I'll also add is we will track with respect to the calculation of DCs as it relates to site plan approval and zoning bylaw amendments. There is a requirement, a DC Act, where there is site plan approval or zoning bylaw lock-in of the DC rates, or where there's a pending LPAT hearing, and the outcome of the LPAT hearing. Under Bill 17, the provincial government requires municipalities to calculate the lesser and pass on the lesser of the DC rates. So if this were to be approved by council, we would calculate those and provide those to the developer to allow the developer to make a decision whether or not to proceed under the previous DC locked-in rates, or to proceed under, if approved by council, the temporary discounted DC rates.
Thank you. Thank you, James Garrick. I want to say that I'm pleased with our movement in terms of attracting more jobs, frankly, more commercial industrial taxes, which is what we want to see as a city, right? We've lost a lot of commercial industrial taxes over the years because of the economic forces. We're starting to see some growth in regards to the difference between the increase in residential taxes versus the increase in commercial industrial taxes. There are lots of things changing worldwide in terms of international companies seeking to site their facilities in North America, and they're looking a lot more at Canada. We know what the City of Hamilton has in terms of opportunity with our transportation networks, etc. We're in the process of supporting a move by the Port Authority to have a container terminal ability for the container terminal to expand and take more trucks off the roads, which is again another attractive thing happening in terms of our economic development. So I just want to end by saying I am going to support this. I'm looking forward to seeing what the pilot project yields in terms of unlocking some of those developments that are stuck in the process right now because of the economic uncertainty that we're facing. And I think signaling that we are, we're going to work with the community of builders and not-for-profits and investors who want to look at Hamilton as a possible place to invest and or to build. I think that's a positive signal, and so I will be supporting this and look forward to seeing how the outcomes come to pass at the conclusion or actually semi-annually. Do we need a motion for the semi-annually, Clerk Pilon, or can we just have staff direction reporting back?
I'm not sure if it's part of the plan that Corporate Services has, or if it does need to be
Okay, well, you know
a
what, I'll take
motion.
that back. I'll talk to the GMs who are responsible and see if we need to bring something forward. I'll leave it at that. Thanks very much. And we're on to Councillor Clark for the second time.
Thank you, Mayor, for the latitude. So if I understand correctly, we're talking 20% reduction in a development charge for an average residential house based on our current development charge background amounts to approximately $100,000. So we're talking $20,000 off a unit. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
So I'm trying to understand the actual impacts on the 2026 budget. Do we have in this report an estimate of the financial impact on the, my apologies, Mayor, on the 2026 budget?
Through the chair, the multi-year forecast that was approved in 2025 for 2026 forecasted a similar overall budget for development charge exemptions. So for 2025 was approximately $71 million, and for 2026 will be somewhere in the high 60s. And given if the current pace of development continues into 2026, I would expect we would have some funding capacity or room based on that forecast for 2026. So recognizing that the impact would be approximately $9.6 million again for 2026, given that we're...
Sorry, where does the 9.6 come from?
Through you, Madam Mayor, staff are forecasting approximately $48 million in development charges for 2025, and we apply that 20% against the $48 million, and that's how we've arrived at the forecast of approximately $9.6 million annually for the 20% discount. And I should point out that is split between tax and rates, approximately 55%, I believe, is tax supported and 45% would be rate supported.
Councillor Clark?
Thank you. So the development charge exemptions in 2025, were they specific to residential units or were they specific to not-for-profit units?
Through the chair, the budget for development charge exemptions comprise both for-profit and not-for-profit, statutory and discretionary. We make assumptions with respect to the number of single dwelling units and the amount of square feet for non-residential, and those forecasts then extend out beyond 2025. It also, as I mentioned, includes statutory exemptions, whether that is for affordable, attainable, or rental units as well.
Councillor Clark?
So my math would show that if we had 1,500 units, that's $30 million in lost revenue. And if we hit 3,000 homes, it's $60 million in lost revenue. That would be on top of any development charge exemptions that you had for other areas, correct?
Through the chair, I'm not questioning the councillor's math, so I'm assuming that the councillor is right in his math.
And that's the challenge that I'm having. So I understand the developers are having struggles getting pro formas and financing approved by the banks. I understand that some of them are laying off people because the market has collapsed. But nothing we're doing here is going to lower the price of housing. What it is going to do is add, if 3,000 units were built under this program, $60 million in lost revenue, which is about 4.5% on the tax bill. So we're quite literally, by doing this, transferring the development charges to the backs of the ratepayers, the taxpayers, at a time when we're all saying we got to be careful what we put on the taxpayers' backs. And that's my concern. Because none of this, I will be shocked. The old expression, eat my hat. I won't use that because I might have to. But I don't see developers lowering prices. With all of the development exemptions that we've provided, they don't lower prices. The price is the market. The market sets the price. It's got nothing to do with our DCs. The DCs affect the profit of the developer. So I'm really concerned about this. I can't support it today without an agreement from developers that they're going to lower the price of housing. And if they're not going to do that, then I can't support it.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Cretch for a second time.
Perfect segue. Thanks, Councillor Clark. I just wanted to say, in case some folks weren't at AFNA, I asked a very specific question for the area I represent, downtown, and asked very pointedly, will these development charges spur any downtown development of any kind? The answer was flatly no. So while I'm sure there may be some cases where there's a suggestion that there will be development spurred, I haven't heard them. I think it's important that we look at this from a site-by-site specific basis. If there are developers and developments that we can spur by offering an incentive and get something built, we should have those conversations. I've invited the development community to have them. So far, crickets. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cretch. See no further speakers on this item. I've got Councillor Cassar for a second time. No? Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Horvath. I'm all for investment if the anticipated results for the city are going to provide meaningful benefit to residents and businesses. Like I said, I'm skeptical here. We don't have anywhere close to perfect information. No one's going to be able to guarantee or suggest how things are going to play out because that's not how the market works. We heard from Steve Pomeroy at AFNA that the market is broken, that the current housing market is a classic case of market failure. So that's really frustrating. And as been pointed out here, providing DC exemptions is not going to make housing more affordable. When we look at developers trying to make pro formas work, they have a revenue line, they have a cost line. This is going to help reduce the cost line. They're not going to be able to bring the revenue line down because that would then work against what this is doing here with an exemption. And the other thing that really struck me was what Steve Pomeroy had said was we have an excess of housing and projects that can't be sold. At the same time, we have a whole ton of people who can't get a home to live in because the housing price is way up here and the supply or the need and what can be afforded is a lot lower. So we have this huge gap. So this is not going to solve anything. I will reluctantly support it because there may be some benefit here. I don't think there's going to be. I think our efforts need to be on the non-market sector, Mayor. We need to be putting effort into how we can get more non-market housing built, do things differently, be creative. We have a window here of opportunity to make that happen. We have development charge exemption budget that is not being used. I suspect that the $9.6 million probably does not get utilized. And even if all of that was for housing, and it's not, it's industrial as well and commercial versus housing, but even if all of it was a discount for housing, that would be less than 500 units, which we won't need to be building 3,000, 4,000 plus units a year. So this is clearly not a solution. However, we are trying to partner with industry and they've advocated for this. So I'll vote to support this. I don't think it's going to move the needle at all. We need to put our effort and our money into non-market. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cassar. I now have a couple of first-time speakers, Councillor Spadafora and Councillor Beattie. Councillor Spadafora, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple questions for me at a clarification, because as you know, it takes me a little bit longer to understand things than most people. So we're giving a discount to developers and no one around the table thinks it's going to do anything because it's just going to be profit. So they're not going to lower their prices. If they don't lower their prices, because if they lowered their prices, then it wouldn't go towards their profit. So they're not going to lower their prices. That's how they're going to take their 20% discount in profit. They're not selling the houses at the price now. So if they took the 20% discount, didn't change the price, why would anybody buy the house? No one would buy the house. The price isn't going to change. The developer is listing a house at $1 million. He gets a 20% discount. He can't sell the house at $1 million now. If he doesn't lower the price, what changes? Nothing. No one continues to buy the house. So everybody going around the table saying they're just going to put it in their pocket, I don't understand how they put it in their pocket. They're not selling houses at the current prices. My house is for sale for $1 million. No one's buying it. I get a 20% DC credit or whatever, exemption. I put that in my pocket. I don't lower the price. Why would all of a sudden everybody run and buy that same house that's been sitting on the market that they've been trying to sell for $1 million? It would make no sense for a builder to take the 20% exemption, leave the prices where they are. It would not change anything. It's a pilot. If they take the 20% exemption, if they lower their price and they sell houses, there's your proof that they just lowered prices based on the exemption. Because if they don't, they are not going to sell houses because they're not selling them now. Let's see if they do it. And if they don't, they continue to not sell houses. People continue to get laid off. And we keep going in a circle. But to say that they're just going to put it in their pocket, I don't know how they can do that because they're not selling houses as it is. Just, again, I'm not as smart as everybody around the table, but I don't know how this keeping their prices the same and taking the exemption, and then all of a sudden they're going to beef up their profits when they're not selling anything and laying people off. Anyways, I'm going to be supportive, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Spatafora. Councillor Beattie, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I think Councillor Spatafora and I had similar thoughts, but mine, when I describe it, will sound a little more cartoonish. Because in my mind, as an entrepreneur, as a business owner for the last 17 years, I don't build houses, so I can't speak to the conditions within that industry, but I do have a business in an industry, an ecosystem, if you will. So in my mind, I'm converting the houses into little flowers, which I do produce myself within an industry. And I think about if a 20% reduction in the municipal cost structure for my business came along, would it be enough? Would it incentivize me growing more flowers or changing the price of my flowers? I don't know. Probably not. But we're looking at this around this table in isolation, and what I thought I pulled out of the presentation at AFNA was this is part of a multi-pronged approach from other levels of government have to come to the table and are. If you read the news, there's a lot of conversation taking place about federal relief, provincial relief, incentives at those levels. And stacked on top of each other, if every level of government came into my industry and reduced the regulatory cost structure in some tangible way, well, that changes the ecosystem. It changes the industry. And then I have to ask myself, would I be the person that goes out and starts to change my retail cost structure? Maybe not, but I'll tell you what will happen, because I've seen this happen, and it happens in every industry. All it takes is one player to change their retail pricing structure, to look at the market, to crunch the numbers, and to say, if I come in at a slightly lower prices, I can gain market share. I can start to sell where before I wasn't. And then everybody else has to respond. So all we need to do is to change the ecosystem in this industry slightly enough to incentivize somebody to come forward and change their pricing structure and to offer something at a lower price than what's being offered now, and everybody else has to follow suit because suddenly one person is selling and nobody else is. We're trying to change the parameters of an industry to incentivize competition, to jumpstart the ecosystem, to get it working again, to get it functioning again. And I find that really interesting, and I supported that it's at AFNA. I'm going to continue to support it here at Council. I think that is the bigger picture that I would hope that everybody is considering here in this conversation.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Nam, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't going to say anything until just in terms of, I think, what we can anticipate versus what we can spur versus what is reality in terms of the market right now. And we all want I think, the crystal ball to be able to predict when we might be able to address the housing crisis that's facing Canadians across the country and here in Hamilton in terms of affordability, and make sure people are housed securely so that we can be thriving community for all Hamiltonians. And if that is the goal, the reality, according to CMHC in their summer 2025 housing market outlook, is that the Canadian housing market will continue to cool due to trade tensions, economic uncertainty, slower population growth, increasing unemployment. Increasing unemployment, key one there. Housing prices are already 2% down. They're expected to fall even more drastically in British Columbia and Ontario specifically. Buyers, and specifically developers, are applying a wait-and-see approach, period. What are they waiting and seeing for? They're waiting to see what kind of profit they're going to be able to generate from their investment in their housing development. That's just the economics and the reality of this business. That's not a value-based conversation point. That's just the reality of this business. As Councillor Beattie mentioned in terms of his analysis of his business, this is a business. This is a widget. The widget is the house, the price of the house, and the profit is what the developers are seeking to maximize. They are not seeking to maximize housing people. That's what we're focused on doing as governments. I think we just need to be really clear about that. And so if there is an opportunity here to address the unemployment piece, if somebody could please clarify from the bench how this 20% DC specifically helps spur industrial activity, I'd be very curious to understand that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. GM Zagarek,
Yeah.
and then
Through-
GM Prasad.
Through the mayor, what we heard from the non-residential sector, it is one measure, but additional measures are required from other levels of government in collaboration with municipalities. What we heard from the residential sector is that any measures or combination of measures that improve the pro forma such that developments proceed would have a benefit on the local labor, more specifically construction industry. And having reflected on those comments and feedback, that informed part of what is before committee and council today with respect to both the approach for the residential and non-residential sectors.
Thank you for that response. And then just to clarify, the mayor had sought to get more information about the report back. So if this is a temporary 2-year
Yes.
Initiative, what is the planned reporting in terms of council's ability to hear the uptick, how much developers are accessing this, and also what the outcome of accessing it results in our community? Is that part of what's going to be reported, and how often? Thank you.
Through the chair, if approved by council, the time period would be September 1st of this year through to August 31st of 2027. Staff were looking towards annual reporting. However, if it's the interest of committee and council to receive formal semi-annual reporting, we can take that direction. Back with respect to some of the broader benefits, that will be dependent on the ability of the industry to share that information as it relates to local labor force, as well as we're equally interested in the context of the broader trade and tariff is the opportunity to capture local supply of components of construction as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
I don't know if GM Prasad had anything to add.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The only thing I have to add is that my Director of Economic Development advises me that the 20% from a non-residential perspective would bolster and strengthen the future pipeline of industrial development. And that is important, especially now, given the uncertainty with respect to tariffs.
Thank you. Okay, I see no further speakers on the list. So the item is being pulled out for a separate vote, but there are other items that people want to address on this particular report. Are there any? No? Okay, so then we'll start with the 8.12A regarding the discussion we just had. So this item specifically is pulled, and then the report as a whole? Okay, so we're on that. We'll go on an electronic vote, please. It carries 9-3. Thanks very much. And then back to the report as a whole, the balance of the minutes of the meeting. And that's an electronic vote as well, please. And that carries 12-0. Thanks very much, everyone. Good discussion. We are now on to 7.5, ECS 25-007, Emergency and Community Services Committee, July 31st, 2025. Councillor Alex Wilson, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Emergency and Community Services Committee minutes of July 31st, 2025. I believe Councillor Francis also has an amendment, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I was happy to fill in last week. It's moved by myself and seconded by Chair Nan that the minutes being held of the Emergency Community Services meeting on Thursday, July 31st, 2025 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thanks very much. The report being on the floor, I'll go to Councillor Francis first for his amendment to item 8.1 respecting report HSC 21025B, Landmarks and Monuments Engagement Phase 1 results citywide. Councillor Francis, please introduce your amendment.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Horvath. Just a couple questions first, some comments, and then I'll introduce my amendment here. I should be able to do it within the 5 minutes, but I just want to start by reiterating, like I was saying earlier, I am supportive of this work and elaborating on our history to give a more meaningful understanding of the history of Indigenous people. That's important work that we're all committed to here. But what we're being asked is to commit city funds before senior government options. So can staff outline which provincial and federal programs could fund this work, and if any other municipalities have successfully used these programs for similar interpretive signage, please, through you?
Thanks. We'll just look to the bench. Dr. Chase?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Jessica Chase, I'm the Director of Children's and Community Services, and here today acting as the General Manager for Healthy and Safe Communities Department. So staff would need to do some further investigation around various federal and provincial funding sources in order to provide more information to council on those options. That's certainly something that we could look into, which is included in the report. The other thing I would just share to the councillor's question about other municipalities is that Hamilton is one of the first, if not the first municipality, I think, to undertake some of this work. So there aren't many examples for us to look at in terms of other municipalities that have already done this type of consultation.
Thank you.
Okay. I appreciate that, Mayor. And so I'm having a hard time understanding why we would fund this work until we have clarity on whether or not the province or federal government would grant this request. So, and I'm also looking at the cost breakdown here. And this is where it gets really difficult for me as it's currently presented here. I'm having a hard time justifying this to taxpayers. So this request rolls the content, fabrication, installation into one lump sum with no real cost breakdown, including what looks like sole sourcing. And I can't justify $50,000 for signs when I've personally seen parks in my own ward done by historian Mark McNeil. I know that cost came in for the signage, all included, historian for less than $5,000. So I actually went down to the Augustus Jones statue site last night, and there's a brand-new indicator sign currently right there. It has Indigenous signage on it, a QR code, which didn't work, but that's another story. But it's my understanding that staff are actually taking that sign that's there and just putting a new face on it. So the report states funding of up to $20,000 to ensure the content, the signs is written and I'm just reading it from the report here, and or approved by a subject matter expert, and that funding of up to $30,000 to cover facilitation and meeting costs associated with engagement with Indigenous communities on their remaining high priority site. This is really lacking in details. And are these figures based on quotes obtained by staff? I just really have no idea what's being provided here. Through you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Francis.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to pass this over to Kate Laforme, Director of Indigenous Relations.
Director Laforme? Just take a second to get her to the mic.
Hello?
Please go ahead, thanks.
Thank you. Director Caitlin Laforme. Through you, Chair. So the cost breakdown, again, it was a little bit difficult to come to these dollars because, again, this work has not been done before. So the cost to reface the signs actually isn't that much. That's true. Because there are temporary signage there, we need to reface those. But that's only going to cost us under $1,000 per sign. The bulk of the dollars is actually going to have to be for research and drafting of the content for the signs, plus engagement for approval of these signs, because again, this work needs to be Indigenous-led, and these are multiple steps that we need to undertake for those. So they are a high estimate for this. We also estimated $5,000 per sign for the content and the research, because we don't know if the subject matter expert is going to be an expert on each individual site. So we need to take that into mind. We may be able, it may be less than that, but we wanted to make sure that we had the dollars available. And then the $50,000, like that includes $30,000 for the next phase as well, and undertaking that consultation work again. So it's not all just for signage. And I did want to, I hope that GM Zagarek could speak to a previous approval that was done in May of 2022 that approved up to $85,000 for this project and this work, and to date we've only spent $36,000 approximately. So we're only seeking the remaining dollars that were once approved by this council in 2022.
Thanks, thanks very much. Go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, with respect to what was approved by Council in 2022 was the utilization of the tax stabilization reserve, and given that utilization, that those funds weren't fully utilized, there would be a remaining balance in the tax stabilization reserve that was approved for this work, that if Council were to approve, that funding would still be in place.
Thanks, Jim Zagarek.
Okay, so that's a shift from what we're being asked to do here. So we're being asked to possibly go to the tax levy. This is the request that I'm seeing in front of me is different. And don't get me wrong here, I fully support the engagement. And by the way, this is worded essentially like this is a blank check. And maybe the federal government, the provincial government, they're satisfied with an application detailed in that manner. I don't know. But without the details on how many meetings, what they entail, a breakdown of anticipated costs, I can't turn around and justify to my residents what's before us. So we owe it to the taxpayers and the community to define this before approving it. It's a simple process request. This is exactly the type of funding request lacking detail that shows a lack of transparency to taxpayers. This is essentially a blank check. And if this was a councillor's motion, there would be all sorts of questions by council and residents, and that same standard should be applied when staff are making that funding request here as well. So to conclude, like I said, very supportive of the project and recognizing Indigenous history in a meaningful and deeper way. But I believe we have a responsibility to taxpayers to seek the federal and provincial funding first. These levels of government have dedicated programs for reconciliation, heritage, community engagement. should that endeavor be unsuccessful, there's nothing preventing staff from coming back and making this request in a detailed manner that clearly articulates it to taxpayers. So for me, with my amendment, what I've done here is I've struck off B, C, and D. I'm leaving A, very supportive of A, and then adding that staff be directed to seek provincial and federal funding first, and if unsuccessful, return to the Emergency and Community Services Committee with a detailed cost breakdown for consideration.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. So on this amendment, then, we now have Councillor Jackson and then Councillor Clark. I'm sorry? Oh, seconder, sorry.
Councillor Spatafora, who may be taking a nature break.
So you'll still need a seconder for us to be able to discuss it. Any other seconder around the table? I don't see one. So, are you seconding this motion, Councillor Spatafora? I'm sorry? Yes. Thank you. Councillor Spatafora has indicated he's prepared to second the amendment. So it's now on the floor after having been described by Councillor Francis. So we're on to speakers list, Councillor Jackson and then Councillor Clark. Councillor Jackson, please go ahead.
Mayor Horvath, I don't wish to speak to the amendment. I won't be supporting it, but keep me on the list, please, for speaking to the overall recommendation and report, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. And the questions are going to be about the main motion, but the amendment is affecting that main motion. So I hope you.
So we're going to go to the, if you don't mind, we'll go to the amendment first. And if that passes, then or if it doesn't pass, regardless, then we go to the main motion. That's the proper process. And I'd prefer to keep it that way just so that everybody's clear about what we're talking about at any given time. So if you have something on the amendment, please share it now. And then we'll put you on the list after Councillor Jackson for the main motion and then for the minutes as a whole.
I don't have anything specific to the amendment. It's questions with regards to the main motion, which feeds into the amendment.
Okay, thanks very much. So then, seeing no further discussion on the amendment itself, the amendment is before us for a vote, and I believe it's an electronic vote in this instance. So on Councillor Francis's amendment, please. That was defeated 2-10, or 10-2. So now we're on the main motion, and we're on the motion as it sits in the minutes, or the direction that sits in the minutes. So please go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. I'm going to try to, once again, as I did last week at committee, make my sincere comments and provide genuine opinion, hoping that a member of council who also sits on ECS, whose ward number is 2, may give me some latitude and not admonish my comments, which are sincere, genuine, and appreciative. So, Mayor Horvath, first of all, I want to thank, it was an excellent presentation last week, in Director Caitlin Laforme's well-deserved absence, Project Manager Luke Gembacourt, and Curator Travis Hill did an outstanding job of sharing with us the study that was done. I believe the consultant group, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, was the first People's Nations consulting group. That was the main part of the study. I think there were close to 1,000 that surveyed, that participated, both Indigenous peoples as well as non-Indigenous peoples. Of course, this was an Indigenous-led study. And but I want to thank the presenters and Director Caitlin Laforme for her leadership, and of course always Manager Beth Doc Strader, who have been part and parcel of this Landmarks and Monuments engagement, Phase 1 results. Mayor Horvath, given what I was on council 4 years ago and what we went through with the Sir John A. Macdonald statue, and it's all on public record, so this is not saying anything that the public record would not know. I voted against removing the Sir John A. Macdonald statue. we all know the history and what ended up happening. It was vandalized and dismantled, and it remains in storage somewhere. My hope and prayer had been, Mayor Horwath, moving forward from last term and now into this term, that there would be a different and new direction that would provide greater collaboration between Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people of our great city of Hamilton. And I can't tell you how thrilled, pleased, and appreciative I am and relieved of this new direction of non-removal, of the non-removal option. And I'm going to ask staff to confirm, so that's not just my words speaking from last week, but I took copious notes from the presentation last week. And for me, this is a much more positive, cooperative path forward of non-removal of statues and landmarks, but for goodness sakes, providing the Indigenous-led interpretive signage and message of their history beside the existing landmarks and monuments in our city. I'm deeply grateful. I think this will ultimately get tremendous buy-in across our city overall. I'll speak for my ward specifically. If I recall, and again, Project Manager Gambacourt can correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe the study group, the First People study group, the consultants, said to, I'm paraphrasing, to avoid conflict, non-removal is the better option to go, but definitely to put interpretive signing, Indigenous-led, beside, equal to the historic signing that has existed, that we've inherited through this great country of Canada. My editorial, still this great country of Canada that gave families like my refugee family, my grandparents and parents you've all heard about previously, an opportunity for safety and starting a new life. So those are my comments. Through you, Mayor Horwath, to either Acting GM Chase or Director Laforme or Project Manager Gambacourt. Could you just confirm a couple of things for me, please, and for public consumption? Who was the actual consultant study group? I hope I got their name correct. And was it their overall recommendation of non-removal? Through you, Mayor Horwath, please.
Sure. We'll go first to Manager Laforme.
So there's two things. The First Peoples Group were the original consultants that were brought on, and Luke can speak to the wording within the report. And then based on the non-removal, for this phase, we heard largely from the survey results, both quantitative and qualitative feedback, that non-removal was the preferred option at this point. And so the existing temporary signage is going to be refaced and not touching the actual sites themselves. And then I'll pass it over to Project Manager.
Thank you, Director. Project Manager, please.
Through you, Mayor, to the Councillor, just to build on my Director's comments, the only clarification is First Peoples Group was foundational in informing the process of the consultation. It was the survey results themselves that are informing the actual recommendations. But other than that, you're bang on. That's what we're recommending.
Thank you, Project Manager. To conclude, Mayor Horwath, I can't tell you how excited, enthused I am with what I will call and dub this new path forward together. Thanks, Mayor Horwath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I also recall the controversial debate with regards to Sir John A. Macdonald's statue. I recall supporting the removal, temporary removal, so that the work that was previously scheduled, which was to basically reface the statue and fix up the statue and repair any damage, would happen, and it would stay in a secure location until we could do a consultation and figure out how we respectfully bring the statue back. From there, more this discussion that we have now with many other landmarks across the city. I think the city has done a reasonably good job of consulting broadly, of consulting Indigenous groups. I was supportive from the very beginning of either redoing a sign and making it more balanced in terms of the history and what people remember and what different cultures remember in that sign, or doing two signs. The original sign, this is Sir John A. Macdonald, and then another sign saying, here's some of the things that he did that harmed communities across this country. I think what they have done here is quite remarkable, getting buy-in in terms of what that sign will look like. I think it's important to consult and include the Indigenous communities because it's their storytelling that we need to tell. It's not the history books. In history books, even I remember my history teacher saying, take the history books with a grain of salt because the history books are written by the perspective of the one author who is retelling history. And I remember doing projects in high school and in college, looking at the different stories in history. Both of them were history books, but they were completely different stories. So I think we've done, as I said, a reasonably good job on it. I'm not concerned about the $50,000, I think was the total value. Because we had already set that money aside. We said that that money was going to come from the tax stabilization fund, and if they don't use all of that $50,000, the money goes back to the tax stabilization fund. This is no different than any other project that we've done. I think of Eagles Among Us. We had a cap. Anything less than that went back. And that project went over incredibly well and is still very popular. I would also point out that in my duties as chair of the Hamilton Conservation Authority, we did a remarkable piece of work in the Dundas Valley. If you get a chance, go to the Dundas Valley and check out the signage. So the board of directors gave authority to our staff to reach out to Indigenous communities, consult with them, talk to them, get them involved in the artistic renderings for signage that would tell the story of the Dundas Valley. It doesn't tell the story from Anglo-Saxons. It tells the story of the valley, the history of the valley, what's in the valley that is important that people be aware of. That project cost us at the Hamilton Conservation Authority $53,000. And that included $18,665 for the installation because they have to be mounted into the ground with concrete, $16,000 for the consultant's work. And then, of course, the grand opening where we had food cost us $2,000. A lot of people showed up at the grand opening, and I can tell you not one person there expressed any concerns about how we got to that point, because it was a consultative process. We brought the Indigenous community, the folks who had the history, the oral history, and it was all comprised in these absolutely gorgeous signs for the first time, and we are the first conservation authority to endeavor to do this. These signs have Indigenous artwork embedded all through the signs, telling stories of different locations, what to look for while you're standing there, what to think about while you're standing there. It was received overwhelmingly in a very positive manner. So I will support this. I understand Councillor Francis's concerns about the taxpayer. In this case, we've already taxed the taxpayer.
Councillor Clark, you're over quite a bit now, so can I ask you to wrap up?
My apologies.
Thanks. We now have Councillor Francis and Councillor Nan.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, that was the amendment. This is, okay. Okay. So when we get to it, I want to request a separate vote on B, C, and D, and I put my support for A. I'm glad some of my colleagues are not concerned about forking over.
So just in terms of process, I think that maybe we should go to Councillor Nan first, because you've already spoken extensively to your amendment, and so it's now time for others to be speaking. Oh, I see. The amendment's off. We've already voted on the amendment. All right. Okay, so we're just now at the minute itself. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I was saying, I'm glad some of my colleagues are not concerned about forking over a blank check of $50,000, but I am. That's a lot of money for a project that we know costs a lot less than this. And come budget season, some will point out there are councillors who simply vote no on the global budget. I'll be able to point to the work we've done all year and show that real budget work isn't just supposing a 6% tax increase. It's about putting in effort year-round to get better results for taxpayers. And taxpayers expect us to do this work, find details, find savings all year round, not just opposing an overall budget at the end of the year. And so I'll request that separate vote when we get to it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Francis. We can do that. Councillor Nam, please go ahead. And we also then have Councillor Spatafora and Councillor Alice Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I just want to say thank you to the team. I had to step away from the meeting last week at ECS in order to take care of a family matter, so I didn't get to speak to the report in its entirety. So I want to take a moment to do so now. So first of all, I said thank you, but I also want to acknowledge the emotional and spiritual labor involved in navigating some of the harmful and disheartening moments that came up in consultation. I also want to acknowledge the spiritual and emotional labor it takes to do this work inside of the context of a municipal government in this province and in this country. So recognizing that is not necessarily a job description qualification to serve in your roles, it is one that I have seen displayed at an exemplary level. And so with that, thank you. It's been incredible to work with you, and it's been wonderful to see the results of your labor. Thank you for bringing forward the recommendations and enabling the city and council to continue supporting our urban Indigenous strategy, rooted in a trusting relationship with Indigenous communities where we communicate and work together appropriately to address the unique needs and issues of Indigenous people here in our city. I think it's critical to continue with Indigenous-led processes. And I have to say $50,000 with the potential of it coming from other levels of government, potentially coming from surpluses, is also an example of that exemplary leadership coming from this team, where you're aware of the fiscal constraints that this municipality is facing, and you're embedding within your recommendations opportunities to find cost-saving measures to reduce the impact on our levy. I see a lot of mindfulness inside of these recommendations, and I deeply appreciate them. Mayor, if I could, it's been quite regrettable, some of the other commentary that disconnects the magnitude of this work, even though this is incremental, right? These are small steps towards the bigger solution. And it is really I don't even know, I'm at a loss of words, because quite frankly, it's one thing to provide lip service to say that you're in favor of this work and then, turn around and not be ready to prepare to fund it and support the work. I think that that's quite regrettable, especially given the magnitude of the work that's being done at quite a fraction of the cost. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Spatafora, please.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be as quick as possible. Just got a couple questions for GM Zegeric, looking for some clarification. So I know in the recommendations or motion, it talks about General Manager of Finance Corporate Services included but not limited to one or more of the following from the provincial or federal funding sources first, and secondly from the overall city surplus or tax stabilization reserve. So what I'm trying to understand is, because I don't know the process, we're not part of those processes. So like if we're going to the federal and provincial governments for money, what does that look like? Do we wait? Do we go after it for 3 months? Like, what's the timeline? How do we do that? We go to the feds, we wait 2 months, we don't get any money. We go to the province, wait 2 months, we don't get any money. And then we come back here and say, okay, we've exhausted these 2 avenues, so now we're going to use them. I'm just trying to understand, if we start the work tomorrow, how long does it take for us to get an answer from the federal government? Or do we start the work and then if we get the money, it kind of, just trying to understand how the process would work in that order that's in the motion, please.
I'm happy to send that over to staff, but I could just say that usually it's a federal or provincial program that's been announced, and then staff apply to those programs to try to obtain funding for the work that we're doing. But I'll go to the city manager perhaps, or the GM of Finance. Mike Zagarek, please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if approved by council, staff would then have the authority to proceed with the work and in parallel to proceed with any applications to federal and provincial governments as it relates to compensate for the work that's being undertaken. At year end, if the city were to realize any financial support from the federal and provincial governments, we would recognize that against the overall investment. And if they're fully funded from provincial federal governments, we will report back that the utilization of the tax stabilization reserve is no longer required and free that commitment. If there's partial funding, we report back through our year-end report the partial funding and the remnant amount that was required from tax stabilization reserve. And finally, if the city were not to be successful, we will report back through our year-end report the utilization of tax stabilization reserve.
Thanks, Jim Zagarek. Go ahead, Councillor Spadafora.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick comment for me. I think we just need to be careful of describing what we believe other councillors' motives may be. At the end of the day, when someone says they support something, I think you should believe them or call them out as a liar. But I support the Indigenous work. I don't think I've ever come out here and said I don't support Indigenous work. I don't think anybody here knows my personal life and the friends that I have that are Indigenous. So I think if we're going to comment, whether that's on any of the council, I think at the end of the day, if a councillor is telling you he supports something, he supports it. He might have a different way of getting there, but the support is there. And I don't think we should call them out as if they are lying about the support they have for the project. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Spadafora. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Just some quick comments from myself. We just voted on $9.6 million, obviously funded slightly differently through DCs. This $50,000 amount is less than 0.5% of the consideration. I recall back the Put in Place conversation, just asking all of us, a dollar is a dollar and those dollars stack. And so take that same, fiscal prudence to every issue. That's all I would request. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I just want to ask Council not to go down the rabbit hole, and let's be respectful of each other and acknowledge that we all come here with different lived experience, with different understandings, with different priorities, and we have to hammer out a path forward for the entire city with all of those perspectives in mind. So on that note, Councillor Kretsch, please.
Start with a question and then have some comments. My understanding, having listened carefully to this now twice and read the reports, including the 40-page plus report from May 5th, 2022, called Honoring Our Roots, including the recommendation report there, and hearing from GM Zagarek today, is that this work, if I understand you, Director LaForme, this work is new. There aren't funding sources for these kinds of things readily available to provincial and federal government, period. And could you just comment on that, please? I think that's what you were trying to say earlier, and I'd like that clearly on the record.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Director LaForme.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Yeah, so not a lot of work has been done in this area. We of course, will look for funding. That's what we do always. And managing a budget of $50,000, it's quite small in the grand scheme of things. And so we need to be very mindful about every dollar that we do spend when it comes to engaging with Indigenous experts, any consultation that needs to be done, sourcing out the cost for the signage. All of those things are very carefully calculated to make sure that we're staying within the dollars that we're requesting. But yes, of course, there's very limited availability. We, of course, will seek those out first, as is written in the original motion.
Thank you. Councillor
Right,
Fretch?
and thanks for making that last point. It's right in the original motion. I didn't ever see here that if there are those funds available, the general manager of finance and all the general managers who are listed there, by the way, none of the staff who are listed in that report are here anymore, just for the record. So I presume they did that work and had that conversation when this was passed in the last term of council in May of 2022. But it's right in there already. So I think it's important that before we come forward in here and say things like people are offering up a blank check and there's not any details, there's dozens of pages of reports here about the details. Read it. It's right here. You didn't need to bring an amendment forward. It was already in the original motion. So I think that's important too to set straight for the record here. People are following exactly what was put in the original motion within the existing budget in that original motion. No additional monies are being asked for here. When we're talking about budgets at the end of the year, we're talking about a tax budget. And when we raise taxes, like happens every year with inflation for other reasons, when those taxes are raised, we're talking about levying money, new money from residents. This has literally nothing to do with that. And so I want it on the record here that we can have conversations about fiscal prudence, no problem at all. But let's make sure that they're accurately about the things they're about. This money was raised in 2022 in the last term of council. They've stewarded it amazingly well by not even spending the original money they were asked for, are coming back here, frankly, out of a politeness as far as I'm concerned, to say, hey, we still have the money in the project ID, we need to spend it. And we're trying to make it seem like this is about fiscal prudence for the coming budget. It's just not.
Thanks, Councillor Cretch. Councillor Clark for a second time, and then Councillor Francis for a second time.
Thank you. And I think some of my colleagues have commented on the terminology of blank check. And just to reiterate, this process, Mayor, and you know this all too well, is consistent with most motions that come forward. We set a cap. So we have an estimate of where it might be, which is what they have provided, and that becomes the cap. Anything less than that, they're frugal with our money. They do their best to get it under that cap. I've already shared that cap is in keeping with a similar cost that the Hamilton Conservation Authority did. So very similar. It's not out of whack. We ought to be careful, and I think the mayor said this, we ought to be careful about I guess, ascribing motivations to other councillors. I guess I could have done it in the last item where I indicated that, well, the development charge is 20%, 3,000 homes at 60 million, or that's 4.5% hit on the taxes. I didn't ascribe it to anyone. I just said it as a fact that the general manager Zegarac said. And so the fact that people around this table are wanting to do this, I can share my motivation. And my motivation is, and I've heard this from people, they don't want statues being toppled and defaced. That's very costly. When Sir John A. Macdonald hit the ground, very costly. And so to prevent that, we consulted with the Indigenous community to ensure that there was a story attached to those statues, thereby preventing activists from coming and saying you're not listening and tearing down the statue. We never ascribed the cost to that, but it is significant. So this prevents it, and that's why I'm supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Clark, and appreciated your comments around what the Conservation Authority experienced. It was helpful. Councillor Francis, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I am prepared to fund this, and I'll say it again, not with a blank check. There was no quote provided for this, plain and simple. I made it crystal clear with my amendment, and let me read it again for those who missed it.
No, Councillor Francis, your amendment's been dealt with by this
no,
body.
I'm just reading, I'm telling you.
No,
that-
Councillor Francis, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm ruling against bringing up the amendment again. This body has
You're stifling
dealt
free
with it
speech again,
already.
Mayor.
But
You're stifling free speech.
completely welcome to speak to the item that's under consideration, which is
Okay,
8.1.
I'm letting you know that I asked for this already, a detailed cost breakdown for consideration. I asked for that. And I'm trying to find where some are telling me I didn't support funding this. I did. I just read it for you. There's nothing more regrettable than putting words in my mouth, what you allowed happen here. And I don't appreciate that regrettable behavior by some of my colleagues.
Are you challenging the chair, Councillor Francis? Is that what you want to do? I don't remember hearing a point of order. All right, fine, then we'll continue with the meeting. Thanks for your comments. I don't see any further on this item. Is there any other items on this set of minutes that people would like to discuss? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote, and I believe we're doing 8.1 as a separate vote. Is that what people wanted? Or I don't recall seeing that request. Okay, 8.1 then as a separate vote? Sorry.
Councillor Francis had asked for 8.1 B, C, and D to be voted on separately.
All right, that's fine. That's good. So then we'll start with 8.1 B, C, and D. Is that what B? B first, then, please. Oh, as a collective. Okay, so then item 8.1 B, C, and D as a separate group of items to vote on. Thank you. That's up. That carries 11 to 1. And then the balance of that item, the balance of the report, the balance of the minutes, rather, the minutes, thank you, of HSC 21025. Oh, sorry, it was not just that. The balance of the minutes of the entire meeting. Thank you. That's 12.0, or 12 to 0. Thanks very much, everyone. We are now on to the next set of minutes. Actually, we're now on to the items for consideration under motions. Right? Motions is next. No items for consideration under 8. Motions is next. 9.1 is the first motion, which is an amendment to item 4 of the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee Report 21-022, respecting investing in city roads and sidewalks infrastructure with Canada Community Building Funds, which was approved by Council on December 15th, 2021. Councillor Kassar, would you please put your motion forward?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. It's moved by me, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. So this is on the surface a Public Works motion, but because this is dealing with CCBF funds, which were approved by Council, that's why it's here at Council, just to clarify for my colleagues. The purpose of this is to amend or to add a project to spend some of those CCBF funds for the funds that were allocated in Ward 12. So the two projects are adding an asphalt shoulder in Jerseyville on Sunny Ridge Road to provide connectivity from Jerseyville through to Jerseyville Park. So that's been a request from the residents there. And also adding some infill sidewalk for about 130, 150 meters on Southcote Road, which there's just a gap of where people walk and there's just a soft shoulder that's kind of crumbling, and to put some sidewalks there. So that's what this is. It's amending that motion that was approved by Council to spend those monies in Ward 12. Thank you.
Thank you. Your seconder is?
Councillor
Alex Wilson. Okay, so that's on the floor now. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. That carries 12 to 0. Thanks very much. We're now on to 9.2, City of Hamilton Advocacy at the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, annual conference taking place in Ottawa. Ontario in August of 2025. Councillor Nan, would you please present your motion?
Certainly, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Beattie. And the whereas is that the association meeting, whereas the Association of Municipalities of Ontario works to make municipal government stronger and more effective, which supports and enhances strong and effective municipal governments in Ontario. And whereas through AMO, Ontario's 444 municipalities work together to achieve these shared goals and meet common challenges. And whereas through AMO's policy development, cost-saving programs, conferences, and training opportunities, AMO provides municipal officials with the tools to succeed in programs to help maximize taxpayer dollars. Therefore, be it resolved that the following councillors, Wang, Francis, and Spadafora, be selected as the City of Hamilton's representatives at AMO's annual conference taking place in Ottawa this year, August 17th to the 20th, and that council assume all the costs associated with such travel and attendance for Councillor Huang, Francis, and Spadafora. And that would come out of the general legislative budget. Thank you.
Thanks very much. The motion's in front of us. Councillor Francis.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. If you just allow a little bit of leeway on this, I want to start by acknowledging why I missed last week's General Issues Committee meeting on Wednesday. There's a shooting that hit very close to home the night before, literally. It shook my family as they heard the shot of gunshots right outside of my home, in front of my daughter's bedroom window. My neighbors, as their property was destroyed, and our community was left in a place where they felt unsafe in the comfort of their own homes. It's a harsh reminder that this is unacceptable and this violence can reach any street in our city. And I want to sincerely thank the Hamilton Police for their quick and professional response. And I want to thank every one of my colleagues here. Every single councillor here personally reached out to me, and that means a lot despite some of our differences. But we know this can't stop at words. We need stronger action, and that starts with real pressure on the province and the feds. And at AMO in a couple of weeks, I'm going to do everything possible to be heard by the Solicitor General and the Attorney General. They need to hear from my community and the dire need for bail reform, tougher consequences for violent offenders, more support for frontline policing, and real investment in mental health and prevention. These are not status quo times that we're living in, and by continuing with the status quo, it's not keeping people safe. Governments can't keep responding in the same way and expecting different results. So I look forward to this opportunity to do this advocacy for the innocent victims in our city. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Francis, and all of our hearts went out to you and your family, and I know it's something that's going to take some time to process and perhaps hopefully someday overcome, but our hearts are with you and your family for sure. On that note, I think that there are no further speakers on this motion. I look forward to being at AMO with all of you to provide that advocacy for our city. Votes up, please. That carries 12-0. We're now on to 9.3, Ward 3 Community and Resilience Grants, Routes to Justice. Councillor Nan, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Huang. The motion is before my colleagues. Therefore, be it resolved is to allocate a small community grant to the Roots for Justice organization, who currently have a community garden at J.C. Beamer Park, and this is ongoing work to expand the infrastructure of their community garden and to continue making it more accessible for residents. So therefore, be it resolved is for those grant fundings through the Ward 3 non-property tax revenue account and an upset limit, including a contingency not to exceed $25,000 from the appropriate, with the appropriate authorization and agreements as needed. And for my colleagues around the table, really is more of a housekeeping motion to ensure that an eligible applicant who did apply through the spring funding open cycle for the Ward 3 Community Resilience Grant receives their funding. As I reported earlier this year, my office has made some changes to the process to improve transparency and reporting outcomes from the allocation of these funds. And so Roots for Justice needed a little bit more time, or maybe my office needed a little more time, I can't remember. They submitted their application in due order. There was a little bit more supplemental information that we needed in order to approve the funds, which we've received in due order, and hence this motion going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. I don't see any further speakers on the list, so we'll go to the vote on Councillor Nan's motion. And that carries 12-0. Thanks very much. 9.4 is Eastwood Park accessible portable toilets at 111 Burlington Street East, Hamilton Ward 2. Councillor Crutch, would you please present your motion?
Thanks. Councillor Tattison was due to be my seconder, and unfortunately he's not here. Anybody else want to second this before? Okay, I see Councillor Beatty was fast, so, and beside me, so can sign the form, so that's also convenient and helpful. Thank you. Yeah, this is a very straightforward motion. Frankly, I wish I would have brought it forward sooner, but I waited till there was a request made of me to bring this forward in terms of adding more accessible portable toilets to the Eastwood Park location because there aren't enough washrooms there for the number of people who use the park. This is in part thanks to Councillor Pauls, who's not here, who brought a motion forward some time ago about trying to suggest that when we have these kinds of leagues playing in parks, it changes the dynamic of the programming and we need to have accessible washrooms. So she was the first one to move that motion, and so just following suit. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Crutch. Don't see anybody on the speakers list, so we'll go to the vote on 9.4. It's electronic, please. That carries 12-0. Thanks very much. Now we have some correspondence, I believe, that needs to be addressed as well. From Gabriel Nicholson respecting item 9.4, Eastwood Park accessible portable toilets, 111 Burlington Street East, Hamilton Ward 2. May I have the motion to receive the correspondence from Gabriel Nicholson respecting item 9.4? Please, Councillor Crutch, I believe. Seconder, Councillor Beatty. Okay, so let's go to any discussion. Let's go to the vote, please. Oh, show of hands. Show of hands because correspondence. Okay, that passes. Thank you. Anybody opposed? No. Okay. Okay, now we are on to 9.5, support for Eagles Nest Fall Emoticon Program. Councillor Maureen Wilson, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor Horwath. I'm very pleased and proud to present this on behalf of our colleague, Ward 415 Councillor Ted McMeekin, who cannot be with us here today, and it is seconded by Councillor Jeff Beatty, that the Eagles Nest Fall Emoticon Children's Mental Health Program be funded from the Ward 15 non-property tax revenue account at an upset limit not to exceed $7,310, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and documents with such terms and conditions. If I may speak very briefly to this, I think anytime we can invest in the health and security of children, it's a good day and it's a necessary time. The Eagles Nest is a registered charity. It has over 20 years of experience supporting Hamilton and Halton communities with a particular focus on children at the age of 6 to 11 who regrettably we're seeing instances of acute mental health challenges. And this group is going to be focusing on updating the curriculum and addressing gaps in working with families and individuals, and they'll be using facilitators and partners to do that. My understanding is that Councillor McMeekin, along with his community council, received this presentation, and they deliberated seriously about the ask, and it was unanimous on behalf of that council to support this request. So this council, I believe, has a previously stepped in when the provincial government was clawing back its support for mental health in the public health budget. And we said, no, we're going to fill that gap, even though it is a provincial responsibility. So I think this is following on that leadership, and I appreciate Councillor McMeekin doing so. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Any further discussion? No, seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Carries 11-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to 9.6, Advancing Hamilton's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and Enhancing Government Support. Councillor Nam, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Crutch. I'm going to read it in its entirety if I could, please. Whereas under the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019, all municipalities are required to develop and implement community safety and well-being plans to address the root causes of crime and improve community well-being. And whereas Hamilton's plan was developed through extensive community engagement, data analysis, and cross-sector collaboration and was approved by City Council in May this year, and whereas our plan identifies 6 core priorities: violence, substance use, hate incidences, housing and homelessness, mental health and stigma, and access to income, and lays out a comprehensive implementation approach through 3 focus areas, which include system capacity, equitable access and availability of services, and community safety. And whereas the city has demonstrated leadership in advancing community safety and well-being priorities, including initiatives such as the gender-based safety audit, multi-year funding for youth violence prevention programs through the Building Safer Communities Fund, and the establishment and advancement of the Systems Advisory Leadership Table. And whereas sustained funding and alignment occur across orders of government are critical to the successful implementation of Hamilton's plan, and whereas the current federal and provincial funding programs such as Building Safer Communities Fund provide important but time-limited investments, creating challenges in planning and delivering long-term coordinated safety and well-being strategies. And whereas the Building Safer Communities Fund provided a one-time investment of $3,982,802 over 4 years, with nearly $3 million directly funding community grants and initiatives that prevent youth, gun, and gang violence. And whereas the Building Safer Community Fund ends March next year, and that therefore be it resolved that the City of Hamilton requests that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Board integrates advocacy for the continuation and expansion of the Building Safer Communities Fund, grant into upcoming FCM advocacy days this year, as well that the City of Hamilton requests the Association of Municipalities of Ontario Board to pass a resolution that calls on the Province of Ontario to provide sustained, dedicated funding to municipalities for the implementation of community safety and well-being plans at a local level, and that city staff be directed to embed both issues, federal continuation of the Building Safer Communities Grant and provincial funding for the community safety and well-being implementation, into our city's local, provincial, and federal advocacy priorities, and D, that a copy of this resolution be circulated to Hamilton's members of Parliament, members of Provincial Parliament, ministers of public safety, and the Solicitor General, and to the FCM Board and AMO Board for their consideration and action. Mayor, first of all, thank you to Director Chase and the team for your support in preparing the motion. I think that the motion references the work that we've been able to do around gender-based violence, but it's important to recognize that here in Hamilton last year, we had over 12,000 calls related to intimate partner violence to police. Of those calls, only 5,000 became reports or investigations by police. Of those, only 3,400 resulted in charges being laid, and people charged with intimate partner violence related offenses was at 1,100. And I want to recognize that my colleagues around the table have joined unanimously not only to declare the crisis, but also find creative ways to fund expanding support and services to survivors of intimate partner and gender-based violence. We've also implemented a safety audit. We're embedding into how we do things from a planning lens perspective, making sure that our community and public realm is being designed in a manner that supports free and safe access to all Hamiltonians.
But the truth of the matter remains that we also have other areas that we're unable to take action as a municipality. So we've done some work around gender-based violence. It's clearly not enough. Hate and responding to extremism also is an area that we do not have enough coordinated strategy to not only support those who are survivors of those kinds of violence or hate incidences, but also from the perspective of resourcing our community on how to identify and report accurately, but more importantly, build some cohesion and safety in our communities as well. And so we have quite a few funding gaps dealing with some really scary situations here in Hamilton. My colleague mentioned violence and shooting. It's embedded within this community safety and well-being plan as well. We have a lot of work to do as a municipality, and these trends are not just in Hamilton. These trends are across the province and across the country, and we need the provincial and federal government joining us in that advocacy, but more importantly, getting the resources we need on the ground to make sure that our communities and neighborhoods can thrive with safety.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Kretsch, and then Councillor Jackson. Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. Happy to second this motion. It's important that we ask the province, again, by the way, this isn't the first time, but more directly perhaps, and we're trying to continue our efforts to ask them to fund the program they legally mandated we have. It's wild to me. They say that you have to have a community safety and well-being plan, and everyone in the city gets themselves organized. We fund a bunch of positions to get that done. We work with the community. There's co-chairs. All this work and effort is done, and at the end it's like a loud, audible gasp because they're not providing any funding to help address that. One thing this council's already done is working with the Greater Hamilton Health Network through a motion I put forward in the last budget process to try and identify some of the gaps when it comes to mental health resources. So how do we have interventions in the community to support people who are going through crises? What does it look like? For those who don't know, there's a Toronto Community Crisis Response Service that already exists, and they're doing that kind of thing through their council. But we need the province to step up. These things are extraordinarily expensive to do, though our community needs them. Part of why I think it's important for the city to step up, though, and try and make this happen in any way it can, is we have an idea principle here at the city and a policy across the entire corporation. We all have to do mandatory training for it: inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. Part of inclusion is finding a way to work through thorny issues in our community to help people who are struggling with mental health to make sure they feel included, so everyone's part of our community in Hamilton. That means funding the community safety and well-being plan that we put forward, with the community to try and figure out how to do those things. There's a whole host of programs proposed that have no funding attached to them. So grateful for this. Hope we can still keep applying some pressure to the provincial government. When folks go to AMO, I hope you bring this up. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath, and I want to applaud Councillor Nan for bringing this forward. Last term of council, when I was on the Police Services Board, it was an important part of the program that Chief Bergen initiated with the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan in concert with our Healthy and Safe Communities Department of our city. This is another step forward to raise awareness and to say to the provincial and federal governments, we need funding, we need you at the table. Gender-based safety audits, absolutely critical, important. Domestic violence must be addressed in a greater manner. And the multi-year funding for youth violence prevention programs. Unfortunately, Mayor Horvath, I'm concerned that this will not address where Councillor Francis was segueing into, and thank the Lord, Councillor Francis, again, that your family, you and Justine and your 2 children were safe a week ago. This, unfortunately, I fear will not segue into both the Criminal Youth Justice Act and the criminal justice system. Both of those legislations stink. They both need to be overhauled. I just got a report from the police in the last 24 hours that youth who is under the age of 18, so of course can't be named, in a multiple number of cases with a firearm, threatened 5 innocent individuals before carjacking their vehicles. And the wonder of it is that 5 breaches of probation as well. So, Mayor Horvath, I'm hoping in a holistic manner with the existing legislation, because recidivism is happening, unfortunately, way more often than it should be when people are out on bail and parole. The Criminal Youth Justice Act and the criminal justice system both stink, in my humble opinion, and need to be addressed, and hopefully it may come up in conversation with the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I don't see any further speakers to this item, so we'll go to the vote then. That carries 12-0. Thanks very much. We are now on item 9.8, 2026 budget book and budgetary process. Oh, sorry, did I miss one? Oh, hate mitigation and response strategy. My apologies, Councillor Nan. Councillor Nan, would you please present your motion?
Certainly, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Kassar. Whereas hate-based incidences and criminal offences increased by 35% last year, specifically, Hamilton Police Services reported that 106 hate-based criminal offenses and 191 hate-based incidences occurred last year. And whereas hate incidences continue to be reported on city property and public spaces, including transit vehicles, and whereas the City of Hamilton has the responsibility to ensure safety, dignity, and well-being of all residents, visitors, and staff on city property and public spaces, and whereas the City has committed to addressing hate, discrimination, and harassment through its inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility efforts, and the Community Safety and Well-being Plan, and whereas the staff training and a coordinated, transparent response strategy are essential to ensuring safe and inclusive public environments. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to provide an update on the City of Hamilton's hate mitigation and safety strategy, including staff training, protocols, and procedures for responding to hate incidences occurring on city property, parks, and in public spaces, including HSR buses and transit-related infrastructure, and that this update include an outline of what residents can expect in terms of resources and/or support from the city when hate incidences occur on city property. And Mayor, if I could speak to the motion. You know, the first whereas clause references the 34% increase of hate-based incidences in our city, and this year appears to be trending in the exact same direction. On Canada Day, 2 businesses owned by racialized Hamiltonians were targeted by hate symbols and hateful graffiti in Ward 3, one on Barton Street and the other on Main. Specifically, both were tagged with the number 1488, which is a combination of 2 popular white supremacist numeric symbols. The first symbol is 14, which is a shorthand for 14-word slogan, which is, quote unquote, "We must secure the existence of our people and the future for white children." The second is 88, which stands for Hail Hitler, H being the 8th letter of the alphabet. Together, the numbers are ubiquitous within the white supremacist movements. And as many Hamiltonians have seen in the recent CBC investigative journalism piece, there's been an increased presence of active clubs seen in city parks and in training gyms and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu clubs here in Hamilton, and specifically in Ward 3. Active clubs operate under the guise of sparring and physical training. However, their mandate is to incite race wars while they recruit a wider membership. The CBC piece went on to explain a further concern as it documents those that are seen participating in this activity as being known individuals, part of white supremacist and extremist organizations that are listed under the National Security Threat List, including the Proud Boys. What I'm saying there is people who have been identified as being members of the Proud Boys have been identified in participating in active club activity. Let's be very clear. Violent extremism is a national security threat. The presence of these groups and white extremist hate symbols is concerning to neighbors across Ward 3 and to me personally. I've heard from residents across the city about various hate incidences they've either witnessed or have been subjected to. I've also heard that residents feel under-resourced to identify hate symbols and insignia and are requesting awareness-building opportunities. As well, requesting clarification on what Hamilton municipal staff can do and what their capacity is to respond to incidences and support residents when hate-based activity occurs on city property.
In response to all this activity, I met with Chief Bergen and the Hate Crimes Unit to better understand the role of our local police when it comes to hate-based incidences, crime, as well as extremist activity. I wanted to know better, what is the threshold for laying charges? What is the work that's required in tandem with other police forces as it relates to extremist activity? Stressing the importance of reporting each and every incident and observation is important for us to understand the nature and depth of extremist activity that is underway in our municipality, and it's not new, right? All of us who've been here for decades, those of you who've been born and raised in Hamilton, you know that this kind of extremist activity has been going on for generations, right? The infamous picture of the Ku Klux Klan in full regalia riding on horseback down James Street. That's part of our history here in Hamilton. And we've also known, for those who've experienced hate in our community and extremism personally, that the activity continues. They rear their head under the banner of one organization, and when that organization is founded out, they rebrand into a new one, and rebrand into a new one, and rebrand into a new one. We have deep work to do in our municipality. I also met with Hamilton Anti-Racism Resource Center, Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion, to identify how community-based organizations are responding to the need of our residents, as well as continue to collaborate with them in their programming and support in the community. I also want to thank City staff and City Manager Clucky for responding to my request to meet and share information and identify what next steps are possible in light of the increased activity that is occurring on our city property. Colleagues, I think you all join me in your concern, in my concern. It has been quite unfortunate to see the details as was presented in the CBC piece. It's been really unfortunate to have to hear from the residents who've been directly impacted, as well as the small business owners. And they also wanted to say that this kind of motion means a lot to them, and they also want to hear more from other members around this council table around what's happening in our city. Thank you.
And on that note, we have a speakers list, which begins with Councillor Cassar, then Councillor Crutch, then Councillor Maureen Wilson. So please go ahead, Councillor Cassar.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath, and through you, I'm very grateful to Councillor Nan for her leadership and all that she's done, as she mentioned when she was speaking to the motion, and for bringing the motion forward. I'm very happy to be the seconder. I've heard very much on this topic from residents of Ward 12. This is not just a lower city issue or downtown issue. It is the entire city. And although things may not be as visible in different parts of the city, we need to be vigilant, and we need to speak out and work together. So I know that residents have asked, well, what is the city doing? What can the city do? There's confusion about the role of the police and of the city. So I'm grateful for this motion to help clarify that. Ward 12 has become a very diverse ward, people from many birthplaces, many languages, ethnicities, and you know, it's a very multicultural place, and that makes us better. So there's no room for hate, extremism, everything that Councillor Nan has talked about. So very grateful to be able to second this, and very much supportive. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cassar. Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks. First, a quick question and then some comments. My quick question is just when we're going to hear back about this. I know the city already has several, I'll call somewhat disconnected initiatives around these kinds of things that they're already doing. But I think what Councillor Nan is asking for here is a strategy, and that requires some more cohesion and coordination. And so I don't see in this motion when.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, Jessica Chase, Director of Children's and Community Services. It would be my recommendation that we report back in Q1 of 2026. While there was a plan that was developed back in 2020 and much progress has been made around reporting hate incidents in our community, we know that much work remains. And there's also a great opportunity, I think, for us to better align the work around hate mitigation and prevention into the work that we're doing related to community safety and well-being. So for instance, we do have a action workshop that we're planning for in the fall. And while still in the early planning stages, there presents an opportunity for us to have further conversation with community throughout throughout the fall around what we can be collectively doing with the city and with community to address incidents of hate in our community, and so therefore would recommend that we report back in Q1 of next year.
If it's a friendly amendment, I think you should just add it to the motion so we can have it as part of the outstanding business list to make sure it's tracked. And Councillor Nan is nodding ahead just to say the report back will take place in Q1 2026.
That's good with the seconder? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, a few things here to point out. We recently had reporting on hate incidents and hate crimes at the Hamilton Police Service Board, and so I also brought up these issues there and had a very frank discussion with folks there about how the police respond to these things. And right now we're doing, as you say, a better job of providing data. So there's different kinds of data mechanisms and there's programs, but there's not both a proactive and coordinated kind of response from police with respect to these kinds of things. And so you'll notice that over the years, there's lots of projects that police will do. Some of them are called POP projects, other kinds of projects that are targeted trying to address something. A lot of times you'll hear about them with respect to seizing drugs or seizing firearms, these kinds of things, to give you an example of what I mean. We don't yet have, according to the chief and deputies, plans for how to address these things proactively and in a coordinated way with respect to hate incidents. So I just want to pause there and say, these things are serious. A lot of times we have vicarious trauma or bystander trauma from violence in our communities, but these are often targeted attempts to come after people based on their identity, which is something people can't change. So I think it needs to be taken seriously and treated differently than it has been to date in terms of how we as a city understand this issue. I'll say personally, when there was an incident in the council chambers the other day, I didn't have a roadmap in front of me what to do. Now, unfortunately, I knew exactly how to respond. And so I did, and I made sure that I talked to the clerks and made sure that everybody who was at the meeting had the tools they needed to be able to report what happened, the support from staff if they needed it. But to be honest with you, that was a bespoke activity I set up because, again, I unfortunately know exactly how to respond in these situations. We need to have something at the city level to make sure everyone is safe in our public spaces. And if we have to make some changes to ensure that happens, then we do. And I'm looking forward to the report coming back, hopefully with some recommendations. Because I know that, for instance, the ability to walk through the council chambers here and participate in our democracy is an important thing, but not if it's going to routinely mean that people are subjected to violence in their workplace. And it's happened on more than one occasion this year. In fact, 3 occasions this year where someone has walked in and said something either that was a hate incident or was very offensive. And so we have to think about that. And I guess my last question is just to the city manager, to give her a chance to respond to, I guess, what is being done or what is already happening and what we're going to be doing as part of this report back, because I do think we all here need to have the tools to be able to address these issues and incidents, and we have to respond in a way that's uniform, resolute, and determined when we're doing that to make sure that we send the right message. I do think we have a lot more work to do, unfortunately, in this area, and I want to hear from the city manager about what she thinks, frankly.
City Manager Clucky.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and this is a very important topic and one that we take extremely seriously. And so appreciate it being raised both broadly and in respect to the incidents that have occurred recently in the chambers. Specifically to the question about what's happening in chambers, we've done an investigation through a cross-departmental team to determine what happened and what the recommendations are moving forward. Something will come to council and it will look at it from a multi-pronged approach. One being exactly what you're talking about in terms of having a procedure or protocols in place of what to do to respond and the appropriate training to help with that. The other is also looking at what changes can be made to prevent that, balancing an open environment so there's democracy in place the way we want it, but also taking various safety measures. So a report will come forward, but I hope that's helpful in the interim.
Very helpful, thank you. Those are my questions and comments.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. We have Councillor Wilson, Councillor Clark, and then I'd like to go on as well, please. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to the mover. I fully support the motion. I have 2 questions first and then a comment. And it may be forthcoming in the report, and I am pleading my ignorance. Through the mayor to the city manager or Director Chase, when city staff become aware of a hate incident or occurrence, do they have a duty to report? Must they rely on the person who is victimized in order to register that incident through the chair?
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Director, City Manager?
Through you, Madam Mayor. And so we have to take responsibility for that. So it isn't entirely on the individual. When we see something of that nature occur, we also have to take action.
Thank you. I guess my comment on that is I'm glad there is going to be an education component involving staff, because I think that will feed into the condition that is also referenced in the Hamilton Police Service report of underreporting. Yeah. My second question relates to a few weeks back, this council supported my motion to further inform the forthcoming annual security report to daylight some of the expenditures that we're having to finance security. So the incidents that were just referenced at council chamber, and you're going to be coming forward, I think you said, with a report on that and the training that will be involved. Will that be part of the security report and inform that, or will that be separate and apart through the chair?
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. City Manager?
Through you, Madam Mayor. And I'm contemplating that. So there's an annual security report that comes forward, as you noted. And so we'll make sure that the hate incidents and the response to that is integrated into that, as well as some trends. I don't think it has been in the past, but I would have to double check that to be certain. Not seeing. It's looking like we're not sure on that front, but we can look into it. Either way, we'll include it. The report specific to the incidents would not include that more robustly, but it will be covered through that first mechanism.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. And just picking up from Councillor Nan's comments that we all have to speak to these items. I know I think actions, policies, and initiatives and training are all very, very important. I know there is some expressed frustration when these incidents are reported, when public figures, and I'll include ourselves in that, speak out on these matters, and we say there is no place for that. And I know sometimes there is criticism of, well, what else? But I think first and foremost, it is absolutely critical for public leaders to not normalize this and to set a threshold of what is going to be tolerated and what is not. And Mayor Horvath, I remain appreciative of your comments in rejecting the normalization of this and saying that this is not part of, it cannot be part of a well-functioning city, and it cannot be part of this city. We have been going back and forth, as to be expected, and to pick up on that theme with the Hamilton Police Service report, which does speak to the limitations of the methodology, which does speak to the gross underreporting in each group. But to the end of all of us speaking up on this, I do want to read into the public record in summary the occurrences that are identified in that report. For racial bias, in 2024, the Black community was the most targeted group with 79 occurrences. And most troubling among the reported occurrences targeting the Black community, assault was the most common. That's egregious. That's completely inhumane, unacceptable. In religion, anti-Semitism is on the rise. In 2024, members of the Jewish community were the most targeted group in the religious category with 53 occurrences, an increase of 44 hate bias occurrences targeting the Jewish community in just a single year. Unacceptable. Anti-Semitism, often referred to as the world's longest hatred, cannot be part of the domain in this city. The final category, sex and sexual orientation and gender identity, clearly is no surprise, but absolutely unacceptable for a free, democratic society whose values must be rooted in inclusion and freedom. Individuals within the 2S LGBTQIA community are the most frequently targeted group, 45 reported occurrences, an increase from last year from the 30 that were reported. This is a stain on our city. This undermines our full potential, and we have to lean into these awkward truths, and we have to speak out every single time on all of these occasions, on every single category.
Councillor Wilson, thank you. Yep, it's time for Councillor Clark to speak, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to ensure that when the staff report comes back, can it delineate what is a crime and what is hate speech, and what we can do about hate speech and what we can do about hate crime? So very clearly, inciting hatred, inciting violence based on hatred, those are crimes that are punishable, that can be charged by the Hamilton Police. But surely there are things that the City of Hamilton can do to protect our employees, to protect delegates who are appearing, the public who are sitting in the gallery, from hate language and some of the things that we have seen in the last few weeks here. Some of these people seem to think that they can say whatever they want because there's freedom of expression under the Charter, and they cannot. The freedom of expression is not absolute under the Charter. The freedom of expression right has limitations. And so we need to be clear what we can do as a municipality to look after what's happening under this roof in here, to protect our employees, whether it's by phone, in person, doesn't matter. What can we do? Because I think a few of us struggle with that. And we need some very clear guidance from the front bench. Mayor, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I'm just going to follow up on a few small things, but this is not small at all, so I want to put that into the kind of guidance of my remarks. I think all of us are very shaken by what's happening in our community. The violence that was talked about by Councillor Francis, the hate-based crimes that are continuing to be a part of our community, and I would agree with all of the folks who have identified very specifically that this is not acceptable in the City of Hamilton. And speaking out against hate and against violent crime is something that we all do, and we are all going to continue to do. But I feel the sense of needing to do more around this table. I feel the sense around this table of leaders that that we need to do more. We need to find solutions, or we need to find ways, if not solutions, then the way to protect people who are impacted by hate and by violence, because the bottom line is everybody deserves to feel safe in their own community. Everybody deserves to be able to go to work and not worry about being traumatized by a hateful incident or action. People want to be able to and should be able to walk through their neighborhood without fearing that they may be in some way accosted as a result of their anything, their clothing, their faith, their gender, their gender identity, their race. All of those people belong in our city. They're part of our city. And I think we all agree that we as leaders here need to find ways to send that message more clearly and to protect people, not only in community, but also, of course, our staff. And so I have been talking to senior staff about this, just so that you know. I have been talking to the chief of police about this as well. And we've done some work on the downtown, but I think it's important to identify that this is not just the downtown. I think that was Councillor Cassar that made that comment. comment, but it's the entire city that is impacted and people in the entire city that are impacted. And there's a broader sense overall that there's something not right that needs to be righted when it comes to the violence and particularly the hate crimes and the hate activities that are occurring in our community. And so I'm pleased to partner also with staff on the Community Safety Summit, which is kind of what it's called right now. It's not firm yet, but the idea is we need to bring all voices to the table as well. We need to broaden the conversation and the learning that goes with that conversation. And so I think that the summit will be an excellent opportunity to get feedback, to get some sense of what people would like to see for the future, so that when we hear the report back in Q1 of 2026, it is informed by not only some of the folks who've already been talking about these concerns, including police services, our own staff, individuals around the table, community groups in and of themselves, but that message is then consolidated into some recommendations that'll hopefully come in Q1 of 2026, because it's our responsibility not only to speak out ourselves, but to enable the voices of others and to broaden the table around this conversation, because it will need to be a discussion that includes the city, yes, police services, yes, school boards, the community organizations, and residents themselves. And so I think it's clear that it's not just about enforcement. Yes, enforcement is a big part of it, but it's about connecting. It's about showing compassion, and it's about us taking a collective responsibility to really make a difference and change the path that we're on right now. So I know that in this city overall, Hamiltonians really do care deeply about each other. Right? We often say we're a city that has each other's backs. I think we might be needing to bump up that having of each other's backs to ensure that people actually feel that way, that they feel safe, that they feel that their concerns and that their worries and their lived experiences are part of the solution going forward. And so on that note, I was going to talk about this a little bit in member statements, but I thought it was important to raise that now. So looking forward to the summit, looking forward to working on that. If there are members of council that want to be a part of that process, I'm certainly hoping that is something people are prepared to put some energy into. So we'll be working at my office and with staff, and certainly get a hold of us so that we can be a part of something collaborative in this regard. So thanks very much, everyone. Oh, look at that, right on time. So on that note then, we have the motion in front of us, and we'll go to the vote. And that's carried 12-0. Thanks very much. We are now on to 9.8, budget book and budgetary process. And just a reminder, this is one of the ones that I've declared a non-disqualifying interest in. So Councillor Spadafora, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself and Councillor Beattie. Again, this was moved to council from GIC. There were some revisions based on the conversation that happened at GIC. Some whereases were removed, some resolutions were removed as well. So I'm not going to go through everything. I know there's some questions, I believe, from some councillors in regards to D in the therefore be it resolved. But again, this is just, and I know, Mayor, in our brief conversations that a lot of this work you're committed to and will be bringing forward. But this is the motion, again, to try to just, the main purpose is just to try to get councillors and the public the information sooner so we have more time and we can I guess, spend that much needed time looking through the books, understanding them, asking staff questions, and coming to the budget meetings prepared with amendments or recommendations that would be in line or in order, as opposed to what happened in the previous year. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll allow my colleagues to ask questions of, oh, sorry, there's one revision to D. My apologies. Deputy Clerk Pilon, if you can add after December 12th, 2025, the words "with AODA version to follow thereafter," please. With a AODA version to follow thereafter. That's it for me, Mayor. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Spadafora. We have a speakers list. Councillor Wilson, please. Maureen Wilson, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few technical questions, if I may, and I think overwhelmingly they'll be directed to GM Zegeric and perhaps to Clerk Pilon. Through the chair, does this council have do we receive draft copies of reports and budgets? Through the chair.
Jim Zegeric.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I'm understanding the question correctly, no. Draft working copies of budgets or reports are not shared with all of committee or council. There may be some discussion or deliberations with specific ward councillors if it's a ward-specific issue, but working copies or drafts of the budget are not shared with committee and council.
Thank you. Through the chair, perhaps to the clerk, if this council were in receipt of a draft report, is that considered, because we receive it, is that considered a public document and therefore required to be shared publicly as per our governing rules?
No, it would be considered, through the mayor, no, it would be considered a confidential document, and it would have to meet one of the reasons within the procedural bylaw and the Municipal Act to be forwarded as a confidential document.
Councillor Wilson.
Okay. Through the chair, so whenever we read out that thing of why we're seeking permission to go into closed, those are the things we have to meet. And so through the chair, I'm asking for some insight from Clerk Pilon on, does the receipt of a draft document constitute legal or grounds under the Municipal Act to receive it confidentially?
Through the mayor, the document would have to be for one of those reasons set out in the procedural bylaw and the Municipal Act, and the receipt budget would not fit within one of those reasons.
Right. Okay, thank you. My other question, if I could ask through the mayor to either GM Zegeric or to Clerk Pilon, what is an AODA compliant format and what is a non-conformat? Meaning, what is missing from one that's not in the other? Through the chair.
Jim Zegeric.
Through you, Madam Mayor. The budget documents are comprised of an operating budget book, a capital budget book, which is now one budget book, and as referenced in the motion, the capital detail sheets, which is comprised of, based on 2025, 400 pages of details of particular projects. AODA compliant would ensure that all of those documents are in a form such that those individuals who require some clarity in terms of the format, and apologize, I'm not an AODA specialist, that those documents meet those requirements. With respect to AODA compliance, that body of work based on 2025 took approximately 18 calendar days to complete.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, I think I'm at my time, but my last question, if permitted. My understanding is that there has been only one occasion where we did not provide an AODA compliant format, and that was, I'm not sure why that is, I can't remember, but that was that was an exception, through the chair.
Jim Skerrick?
Yeah, through the chair, that was a error made with respect to the coordination of those documents between city staff and the vendor. We did remedy that after the fact, and for 2025, staff were directed to provide the detail sheets. We did so. We provided those to committee and council first, and then committee and council allowed staff the additional time to meet AODA compliance and provide that information in the public realm at a later date.
If I may, under the legislation of the strong mayor's powers, once a budget is issued, whether it be in draft form or public, does that start the statutory clock, through the chair?
Jim Skerrick?
Through you, Madam Mayor, as I understand the legislation, once the mayor's proposed budget is presented, that represents the start of the 30-day legislative requirement.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Francis.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm supportive of this direction. It addresses many of these shortcomings of the previous budget. My question to GM Zagarek, if it's non-AODA compliant, what's the reason why we can't get it, let's say, December 3rd? As I wasn't a part of that discussion, but what is the reason we couldn't get that even a week earlier? Because from my perspective, I know a week might not sound like a big deal, but when you're trying to schedule meetings with staff, especially in December, people using up their vacation time, we've got the shutdown here, it's very difficult. So that extra week is significant when I'm trying to schedule meetings and meet with my colleagues, meet with staff, go over the budget. That's every day really is significant. So is there a reason why we couldn't get this even a week sooner if it's non-AODA compliant?
Thanks, Councillor Francis. Jim Skerritt, please.
Yeah. Through you, Madam Mayor, and staff recognize the importance of getting the budget documents to committee and council as soon as possible to help inform your deliberations. And while there are some pressures and dependencies with respect to the budget documents, we will do our best to meet the timelines. To the councillor's question, some of those pressures relate to preparing our financial statements, as was discussed last week in the context of the cyber incident. So we're trying to balance competing pressures, and those are two significant competing pressures. And so that is the primary competing pressure, is not just the preparation of financial statements, but the rebuilding of our financial data and information that will inform those statements. And so those are some of the competing pressures that limit staff's ability to achieve an earlier date, such as December the 3rd.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, I appreciate the response. It gives me a little bit of clarity from what staff are juggling on their end there. So just try to help me understand here. I didn't get a lot of confidence in your answer, though, and maybe it's just the way I perceived it, but we're not going to get to a point where we're at December 12th and we get an email pop up, or even a couple days before, saying, sorry, guys, we're not ready to put this out here yet. Are you confident that December 12th we will have that in our hands? Through you, Chair.
Through the Chair, I'll say again, we will do our best to meet that date. And as I mentioned, there are some dependencies. Some are internal, some are external. We'll have to work with our external partners, including boards and agencies, with respect to their submissions in to be included into the budget process, as well as across the organization. So again, we will do our best to meet that December 12th date. We'll provide updates to council with respect to that date, and if there's any reason why city staff won't be able to provide those documents on December 12th. We understand the importance of getting them to committee and council as soon as possible, and recognizing prior to the holiday shutdown would be a priority, and we would keep committee and council informed.
I didn't raise my comfort level with that answer at all. No disrespect. It's just I understand what you're dealing with here. I just, it would be very detrimental to get this past that December 12th date. And like I said, I would prefer to have it even sooner than that, but I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. Item A in the motion speaks to the mayor providing direction to staff to prepare the 2026 budget no later than September 30th. So this, do you take this as being the mayor's direction to you? Here's what I need you to put in the budget?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm interpreting this to be similar to past 2 years, the mayoral directive to the city manager and to treasurer with respect to what are the sort of the parameters or guidelines as it relates to the preparation of the budget.
Thank you. In item B2, it says making draft versions of the proposed budgets available to council prior to formal introduction. So I think I heard from the acting city clerk that that would not be permissible given the challenges that you would have with what can be an in-camera item.
Through the mayor, that's correct. A budget is a public document, and it could not be shared without it being provided to the public, as we simultaneously share the documents that we provide to council and the public simultaneously at the same time.
Councillor Clark?
So a draft version of the proposed budget, could it be provided to councillors in a memo?
Clerk Pilon?
Through the mayor, it would be still considered a public document. We currently share the information that council does receive on a regular basis through our communication updates. As that was an issue that arose a while ago, and this would be the same type of information. It's public information. It should be shared publicly. So it's a public document. It's not, you cannot share it as a confidential document because it does not meet the requirements of the procedural bylaw or the municipal act.
So the only way this could happen is if a draft version of the proposed budget goes to council for discussion in public, and the draft version, would that not be the same as what GM Zegaric offers in terms of, here's where I think the budget's going, here are the numbers?
James Garrett?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. And maybe I'm just getting hung up on words,
Me too, so don't feel
what
bad.
I'm envisioning for December would be a preliminary budget versus a mayor's proposed budget. What we are working towards is a September outlook, and that September 2026 outlook should provide a greater level of information and detail than in past years. We heard clearly from committee and council to improve the budget process in 2026 and provide information earlier. So again, we are working towards a September outlook. And if this were to be approved, if the motion were to be approved by council, I'm interpreting we would deliver a preliminary budget in December versus a draft budget, and I apologize, I'm getting hung up on a descriptor. And then, again, that would allow for deliberations, amendments, including the mayor's proposed budget for 2026.
So then item B would not be necessary. If you're already proposing to hit the September timeframe, that would be the preliminary? Or that would be, sorry, one more time.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, September would be an outlook, budget outlook for both tax and rate. And if approved by council, we would present a preliminary budget in December for the tax supported. We would continue to present the water budget or rate budget likely in October, early November.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just going to continue where Councillor Clark left off. I'm not interested in trying to get any information earlier and circumventing any rules that are in place. I don't think anyone is, but I'm just not comfortable that we're actually doing that. So I get the outlook in September, check, that's normal process. The preliminary budget in December, I think that's being tied to the December 12th budget book. First of all, is that one and the same that we're talking about here?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes.
Okay. So how is what's issued on December 12th going to be made public, and is it going to be made public? Through you, Mayor.
James Garrick.
Through you, Madam Mayor, is if we provide that information to committee and council, we will have to provide that information to the public. And as we have in the past via the city's website, and again, then more formally in the new year through the GIC deliberations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's good. So the budget books are shared with the target of December 12th. I heard GM Zegaric, Mayor, say that they'll do their best. At the same time, there'll be something on the website so that it's public, everyone can see. So then it comes down to when the clock starts ticking, because that's not the actual mayor's budget. And I know there was some conversation about this last week on is it or isn't it? So just need confirmation that December 12th, if that's issued as was just described, the clock is not ticking. We're just inserting, I think, as an extra step compared to previous years. Through you to Jim Zegaric, is that correct?
Zegaric?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's my interpretation, that staff present a staff preliminary budget, and then it would be pending the mayor's proposed budget.
Okay, thank you. And then just to confirm through you, Mayor, to the Clerk Pilon, does that follow all the necessary rules on public disclosure and what you understand about the legislation?
Through the Mayor, if the budget is provided on December 12th to council as well as the public, then you're meeting the requirements under the procedural bylaw and the municipal act.
Okay, thank you. I feel better about that. And then just a question about A, which is the request to yourself, Mayor, around September 30th. I thought I recalled in the comments last week that date might be a challenge because of the consultation you want to go through. So I just a question to you if that is doable.
Thanks. I'll give the chair over, I guess, to Councillor Francis. So one of the things that we are aiming to do is to have community meetings to engage the public in this budget process. So we would be working with the councillors in terms of the wards and where those locations would be. We would be having staff make presentations and people in the community being able to participate in public meetings regarding the budget, because that was also identified as something that needed a little bit more work. We had the online tool that enabled participation in some ways last time around, but we think it's a good thing to engage Hamiltonians in the budget process as best as we can. So we don't have the dates nailed yet. We're working on that. I can't guarantee that the final date will be far enough away from the date proposed in this motion to get us the opportunity to do justice to what we heard from the public by incorporating that, as well as what councillors are bringing forward into the direction. Having said that, if I may, it's the directive itself does not impact the timelines that are required by staff to prepare the budget. And so that's a bit of a inaccurate piece that's in this motion. I'm going to be on the speakers list later to address some other ones. But so yes, we'll do our best, but I can't make any guarantees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and through the acting chair, appreciate that. I think this is a request. I think the mayor has outlined and will probably elaborate on consultation and doing this properly is paramount and will be the focus here. And that date may or may not, of September 30th, may or may not come to pass. But if it doesn't, it's because there's meaningful engagement that's happening, which is the spirit of the motion. So thank you. That helps me understand.
Thanks. I'll take the chair back then. Councillor, anything further then? No, Councillor Cassar? Okay, Councillor Kretsch, please go ahead.
Councillor Cassar asked my questions. I'm good, thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, it's now, I'm on the list. And so I'm not able to vote on this because obviously it's all about the mayor's process for the budget. But there are some inaccuracies within the whereases as well as the resolves as well. And I just want to make sure people understand that what I had just said, which in the second whereas, the mayor's late direction to staff further compressed timelines, that's not accurate. So just for the information of councillors, again, I can't vote on this, but I can contribute to the discussion as a non-disqualifying interest. There are other things here as well that aren't quite accurate, and I think that there are also things that are very accurate. I very much am aware of how concerned councillors were, and I want to thank again Councillor Wilson, who chaired the budget process and also connected with all the councillors to get a sense of what could be better. And so that's obviously identified in this, in one of the whereases as well, which I think is really important. Item A says that the mayor asked the premier. In fact, I think the motion says that Hamilton City Council asked for the exemption. So that might need to be amended if this goes forward because it's not quite accurate. However, the most important thing is the resolves. And I think those have been discussed well around this table. I think that there are things that councillors already know that they want to share and that they want to have as something that I consider in the directive. There's nothing to prevent you from reaching out and having those conversations, which happened last time, actually. Some councillors reached out. I also had meetings with each and every one of the councillors prior to the directive being put in place. And so, again, I don't think that this necessarily is in order to ask me not to do something that is actually legislated, a legislated possibility. It didn't happen last time. I don't know if it'll happen this time, but I can't see why that would happen this time. But item C is also, I think, problematic. But having said all of that, I think everybody would agree that the desire is to engage more, that the desire is to ensure that we have an ability to respond to councillors' questions and that it's not at the end of the day, the last minute, to determine what is and what isn't going to be in order or what is or what isn't able to be considered through the budget process. And although our city solicitor is not here today, one of the things that I think needs to be done, and I've discussed this with my staff, is to use the the knowledge that we had last year. It's fine to say things were rocky, things didn't go the way they should, we didn't have time, things were ruled out of order that we had no idea that they were going to be. So then let's provide that information in advance so people can take responsibility for knowing whether something they're going to be putting forward is actually going to be in order or not. So I think there's a role here now for the administration, if I can, to City Manager Clucky, to work with the SLT to put together a bit of a roadmap of some kind of information sheet and again, it's been identified that the changed municipal legislation, there has not really been an education about that, if you will, but certainly being able to put together a roadmap based on some of the things, all of the things that councillors were concerned about and frustrated by, I think would be helpful. On that note, I'll conclude my remarks. I think it's important to have these discussions, and I'm glad that we are. Thank you. I'll now take the chair back. Councillor Spadafora.
Thank you, Mayor. Just going to ask some clarifying questions, and yeah, I guess we're getting, in some instance, hung up on words. Draft is a preliminary version, so every version we get is preliminary and not approved until this council or the mayor approves it. So I don't know what the issue is around draft. If we want to change it to preliminary, which I believe is what the word GM Zegeric used, I have no issue with that. In 2022-23, were our budgets AODA compliant through you, Mayor?
GM Zegeric?
Through the chair, I believe it was 2023 when we released the budget documents in a non-compliant form, and that was pointed out and was remedied after the fact. I would have to go back to 22 was AODA compliant.
Thank you for that. So I heard the mayor's point around her direction. So the directive is not going to affect how staff bring this forward. I know there's some concerns around December 12th. Basically, this motion is just trying to get information, preliminary draft information in the hands of council, because one of the biggest things was we didn't have a lot of time. Last year, I believe we got the budget book on January 3rd. If it comes in December, it can be a public document. It's not the mayor's budget, it's staff's budget created based on her directive. So like, there's no issues with stuff here. We may not agree on some of the stuff we're asking to do or not to do, which is okay. But at the end of the day, if we wanted to do a fully AODA compliant preliminary draft budget book, you said 18 business days. So let's say we used, I think one of the dates that I was asked to use was later in December. So let's say we use the 15th or the 20th of December, add the 18 days for AODA, and voila, we are in the same boat as we were last year, getting our budget book in January. The purpose of my motion wasn't to make staff look bad, the mayor look bad, or anything look bad. The main thing was, let's get the budget book as early as possible. I truly believed, and I apologize, Mayor, that your directive was tied to that timing. Sounds like it's not, so that's great. But I think, and I don't know where staff needs the direction, but I don't know that having a preliminary budget book come forward in the new year again leaves us a ton of time. But that was the whole point of my motion, was try to get it early. I know we got competing priorities and all those things, but I believe having a December 12th preliminary budget, even if it is not AODA compliant, and then a AODA compliant format comes out shortly after, is better than not having it for a month and then having it come in January. That's why I chose that date and put the addition of the AODA version to follow. I'm sure if we go back, there were times where we didn't even provide an AODA one. I'm not saying let's go back there. I'm just saying, I don't know that we hold it back a month from the entire public and from council to start working on it. I think there'll be plenty of time for the AOD A version to come forward, the mayor is then going to issue her budget, and then the clock starts. So there is still time. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Spatafora. Councillor Clark for a second time, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So item B2 is still outstanding. Making draft versions of the proposed budget available to council prior to formal introduction. So formal introduction is a council meeting, a public meeting. And so what we heard from the clerk is we cannot do that legally. So I'd like to hear from Councillor Spatafora as to whether or not he's willing to remove B2, or if not, why not?
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Making a draft version of the proposed budget available to council prior is exactly what GM Zegeric does every year. And it'll go to the public, it'll go to everyone, because the formal introduction will be when Mayor Horvath presents her budget, and that's when it starts the legislative clock, which I believe is, I don't remember, it's either 10 or 30, I don't know how many days it is that we have to, maybe 30, that we have to review her. So the preliminary budget that comes in December is not the formal introduction. It's a preliminary draft budget provided by staff based on the mayor's directive or in conjunction with.
Councillor Clark?
Yeah, I'm still nervous about that language in B2. If it's coming through in D, then B2 is redundant. And if it's a concern for the clerk, then why not remove it so it's not a concern for councillors?
Are you going to move the amendment?
I'm asking.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know it was a concern with the clerk because it's a public document. I think when we were asked, you guys were asking for it to be not public. Nowhere in here does it say don't share it with the public. I think people assumed I meant for it to come to just councillors in camera. That's not what I'm proposing. It's the same preliminary draft budget that GM Zegeric throws on our desk, that big book, that's going to come in December. That's not the mayor's formal introduction of the budget. They're two different things.
Thanks, Councillor Spatafora. Councillor Clark, would you like any clarification from the GM Zegeric?
Either GM Zegeric or the clerk, because I want to make sure that this language works.
Clerk Pilon?
Through the mayor, we could, for clarity, put it as making preliminary versions of the proposed budget available to council prior to the introduction of the mayor's budget.
Is that a reasonable, friendly amendment, Councillor?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, so then that satisfies your concern, Councillor Clark?
It does, thank you.
So making draft versions of the proposed budget available to council prior to the introduction of the mayor's budget. Is that correct?
Mayor, we've changed draft to preliminary.
Oh, preliminary. Okay. Okay. James Garrick? Any concerns?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, no concerns.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Crutch, please.
Really quickly, seems there's a wrinkle still here. I'm hearing, I just want to iron it out. Just getting the procedural iron out. We can release public documents in many different ways. It doesn't have to be through a meeting. We do it through communication updates all the time. We make motions to council all the time to release documents later in the future. So I think it won't require a meeting, as you were suggesting. It's just going to be released probably somewhere on the website, and then people will be notified that it's out there. Just wanted to say that because there was that wrinkle. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crutch. I don't see any further speakers on the list, so we now have the motion as amended in front of us, and we'll vote. Clerk Pilon? Everything okay, Clerk Pilon?
Yeah, through, Mayor, I just wanted to make sure that calling the budget a preliminary budget is not it can be introduced prior to the mayor's budget within the strong mayor powers. So I just didn't want to have it where we're going to prepare a preliminary budget, and the clock would start ticking because we've interpreted the strong mayor powers incorrectly. But I've confirmed that we're okay with what we've got.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Apologies, I'm just toggling. So here's what I've heard in summary. The mayor has taken the feedback from members of council from last year's budget exercise. The mayor and the mayor's office are using that feedback to inform the runway, the process, the engagement for this year's budget. Part of that engagement is going to be occurring quite soon in the form of public meetings where a number of wards may be coupled together. The mayor is going to use information. Staff will be there to present some information. The mayor is going to use, as our councillors, the feedback received, and that feedback is going to inform the mayor's directive. I've heard that. I've also heard from staff that in terms of the language of being directed to provide a budget, that staff are trying to be as diplomatic as possible with us, as they were the last time, in stating they have some very important things on their docket that are needing to get done. Those very important things are being informed and affected by the outstanding ricochet of the cyber incident. The completion of the financial statements is critical. It's critical for us to get those done. It's critical for us to advise I believe, the market to get those done. And staff are telling us, we have heard you, council, that you would like the budget information as quickly as possible. We would like to use our best professional discretion and professionalism to ensure we get done what needs to get done first, while ensuring that the public and council are able to actively and fully engage with what the budget is saying. Finally, I've heard from GM Zagaric that because of the cyber incident and other matters, the financial outlook that was provided last year was probably not as fulsome as it has been. And this year, he's committed and has the time and the capacity within his systems to provide a very, very fulsome, his words, financial statement, which will also help frame, kick off, and enable council to move forward. Finally, what I think I've heard from the clerk and previously the solicitor is, despite this council's unanimous request previously, that this is provincial, this is a provincial timeline. These are provincially directed authorities, something in which specifically was not asked for, but which we must follow. So I do take some exception to the noting that public does not include AODA, in that I think last time was a transgression, a very regrettable one, but all of the public, if we're really interested, and I believe we all are, in public access, AODA is pretty important. Those are my comments.
Thanks, thanks, Councillor Wilson. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list, so we'll go to the vote then on the motion as amended. That carries 9-1 with 1 abstention. Thanks very much. Sorry.
Mayor Horvath, you declared a non-disqualifying?
Yes.
So you would have to vote.
Oh, I didn't realize. Okay.
So I'm going to reset your vote. Oh, can't do it. We'll have to re-vote on it.
Okay.
Because we can't.
Thank you. That carries 10-2. Thanks very much, everybody. Good discussion. Hopefully we'll have a very robust process for our budget coming up very soon. So now I'm looking to the council members. It's 12:54. We have no notices of motion. We have statement by members and what appears to be not, well, some in camera, but it's mostly minutes and an appointment of a position. So shall we keep going? Okay, we're going to keep going. Thanks very much. So on to statements by members. If you could please populate the speakers list and we'll begin that process. Anybody wanting to make statements? Okay, Councillor Beattie, please. And I think then Councillor Wang and Councillor Nan. Are we keeping on touch at the top with that? Okay, thank you. Any others? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Got my peachy shirt on today. It's the last council was the peach crop update. This council is going to be the Peach Festival update. Switching gears from a very serious conversation into something a little lighter. As you know, the Winona community hosts the largest peach celebration in the country every year, the weekend before Labor Day weekend. We attract thousands upon thousands of visitors from across the province and Western New York State for 3 days of family fun, food, and festivities. Has a massive economic impact on the city, up there with the likes of all of our other major Hamilton events, and of course has put the Winona community on the map. I'm sure you've heard me talk before about the festival, which was founded by our community some 58 years ago as one of 4 community centennial celebrations celebrating Canada's 100th birthday. One of the primary features of the original festival back in 1967 was painting Winona Road peach with latex peach-colored paint in Lou Puttycomb's sprayer. Trying to understand the operational implications of that in today's world, probably not so great. I'm sure the township of Saltfleet at the time was appreciative. I say that tongue in cheek. The times were so good and so much fun was had that, of course, the festival continued every year henceforth and has grown into the festival that we know and love today. Unfortunately, in 2024, last year, we had some unfortunate events that took place that rattled our community. And so as a result, pleased to announce to council, and there's been some media play on this also, that there are some changes to enhance security measures at the festival, and these include controlled access points, bag searches, metal detectors, as well as an enhanced security and police presence. And this is a big change for some, but it is absolutely necessary to ensure that we restore confidence in the festival goers who attend. and ensure that everyone who attends feels safe. That is the primary goal. So I do encourage everyone to drop by. It's business as usual, just a few extra minutes to get in the gate, similar to what you'd experience at a TICAT game or a forage game or even going to Canada's Wonderland. Requires that additional level of security and safety to go through. But once inside, please enjoy, same as always, drop by the big green Ward 10 tent by the main stage, drop by, say hi. If you don't find me there, I've got a shift in the information booth on Friday night, in the Peach Sunday booth Saturday night, and in the pierogi booth on Sunday afternoon. You know what I'll be eating on Sunday as a result. The festival, of course, runs this coming weekend before Labor Day weekend, starting on August 22nd and concludes on Sunday, August 24th. It's going to be a peachy, perfect weekend, and I can't wait. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you. I know that we've just had a motion to have several people come with us to AMO. So I'm welcoming Councillor Francis and Councillor Spadafora to join us at AMO. AMO will prove to be a lot of good discussion. Tariffs will be a large portion of it, land use and housing, as well as mental health and some of the health supports. But for council to understand, I'll be attending a little bit early because I have an AMO board meeting that happens on the Saturday and the Sunday before AMO starts on the Monday. I have many different opportunities to speak on what this council has tasked me to speak on, some of which have been talked about today. We talked about the hate responses. We've talked about mitigation for different housing opportunities. We've also, so I have a long laundry list of what I'll be bringing to AMO board for Saturday and Sunday. And I just wanted to let council know that I am looking forward to having these conversations and supporting the mayor and her delegations in front of different ministries. And you'll likely receive a big lengthy update email, as is normally my practice to whenever I attend these events. So that will be, I'll be leaving on the 15th, late in the evening for the 15th and back on the 20th. So if there's any other questions from council about AMO, please do send me an email and let me know. And that's something that I can start to prepare as I am getting ready for this conference. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. And I apologize. I needed some water and couldn't manage it. So thanks, Councillor Francis. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two items. One is that on August 14th, on Thursday, Ward 3 is hosting our annual pool party at Burge Park Pool. Burge Pool is a free access pool, so we'll be set up in the park just outside the pool along the fence line for some summer fun. Goodness, I'm having a day with words today. We'll have games, prizes, popsicles, snacks, face paint, and some fun in the sun. We'll have our regular office hour pop-ups as well. And both the Barton Village BIA and Ottawa Street BIA will be joining us as well to help promote buying local among some incredible businesses in Ward 3. Sadly, the dunk tank that I was hoping for was just too costly to rent. And then the final one is on August 16th on Saturday at the Hamilton Stadium is going to be celebrating its 10th anniversary. So all Hamiltonians are invited to step onto the field as we celebrate a decade of unforgettable moments at the Hamilton Stadium. The city staff have done an incredible job of planning a day of community pride, field access, and family fun with activations, mascots, music, cheer, and the rare chance to walk on the stadium field. It is a ticketed event, though free, and the reason it's ticketed is so that we can manage the number of people who are coming through to make sure that everybody is getting a good experience while there. So you can head over to the city's website at hamilton.ca and do a search for celebrating 10 years at the Hamilton Stadium to access your tickets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. I have two public service announcements on behalf of Councillor Pauls and three on behalf of myself. My apologies, Councillor Alex Wilson. And on behalf of Councillor Pauls, who is out of province representing the city, Mayor Horvath, as you know, she wanted me to mention September 4th at 6:30 p.m. at the St. Catherine Diana Catholic Church, which is that brand-new big church on Rimo Road near Upper Sherman. She's having a town hall meeting. Staff will be there, and the main topic will be taxes. She wants her Ward 7 residents to come out in droves. September 4th, 6:30 p.m. at St. Catherine Diana Church. Secondly, her and her hubby, Gord, they're trying to raise $7,500 in a 72-kilometer long walk home, raising money for the YMCA. And that is on September 5th and September the 6th. If you want to support her, cheer her on, I would encourage anyone to contact the Ward 7 office, and I'm sure they can connect you with Councillor Pauls. She's always involved in the community in some fundraising activity. Now for myself in Ward 6, Mayor Horwath. The Mountain Brow Boulevard Concession Street reconstruction project is officially open, including already becoming a very popular, the multi-use pathway. This project has solar panel lights. I'm very proud of the fact that I'm the first residential street in Hamilton that has solar panel lights. Not bad for a guy who isn't necessarily the most environmentally conscious. But anyways, we have the first solar panel lights in Hamilton on Mountain Brow Boulevard, Iron Eagle decorative black fence, stone noise barrier wall, and protective pedestrian parapet wall around the Kenilworth Circle. I need to just take a moment, Mayor Horwath, to thank my East Mountain Citizens Committee, chaired by Kate Fraser and her 30-member committee, and the Mountain Brow Boulevard Reconstruction Citizens Committee, chaired by Karina Genovese and roughly her 25 members, who have been involved since roughly 2010 when city staff in engineering department and planning department began for both phases 1 and 2 along Mountain Brow Boulevard. Total project cost $12.5 million. So now, Mayor Horwath, someone can walk, can use their scooter or bicycle, literally from Mohawk Road, literally all the way over to Upper Gage and to the Juravinski Hospital safely. I had several town hall meetings over the years, hundreds of people attended, and 2 years of committee meetings as well with the citizens. I walked the new phase over this long weekend. It took me approximately 1 hour round trip on that hot Sunday, but it was most enjoyable, and the accolades are pouring in. Now, to city staff, construction team, manager Ed English, Senior Project Manager Paul McShane, Project Manager John Copperwaith. On the design side, Manager Susan Jacob, Senior Project Manager Mitchell Knott, Manager Dipankar Sharma. On the traffic side, Director Carolyn Rael, Manager Mike Field, and Director Graham, Cynthia Graham, who is part of the city's Master Parks and Trails Plan, and the overall leadership and support from Acting General Manager Jackie Kennedy. Mayor Horwath, this is a legacy project for all of us to be proud of, and obviously triply proud for me being on the East Mountain. Second Ward 6 announcement, Hampton Park new playground is being constructed this month. Splash pad will remain open, fortunately, thanks to the Hampton Park Citizens Committee led by Chair Catherine Gottespati and her 10-member committee for the work they've done and their input. And special thanks on staff to Senior Project Manager Andrea McDonald and Director Graham again for their oversight of the project, which will include a new rubberized surface. Lastly, Mayor Horwath, Huntington Park tennis courts officially open to the public as of this past long weekend. Now you might say, well, Tom, our tennis courts should be open to the public, period. Well, the rec center is still closed for major renovations till sometime in the fall. But the history of the Huntington Park Tennis Club back in the 90s, when late 80s, 90s, when I first arrived, had a wonderful leadership group, had literally 400 paid members, and took pride of ownership of the Huntington Park Tennis Courts. Over the years, the membership faded, declined, and a new group of people have tried to resurrect it. But until then, we have decided to have open tennis at the Huntington Park Tennis Courts, so nobody has to punch in a code, a number. It's open from literally 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. at night. I want to thank Manager Carly Brush of our rec department for all her work on this initiative, and volunteers Daniel Ifram, John Colucci, David Millard, and Rosemary Goodwin for all their collaboration and cooperation on the new direction And again, ideally, we're going to see someday if we can resume the membership interest, as was the case years ago for the Huntington Park Tennis Club. But as of this moment, indefinitely, it's open to anyone that wishes to play tennis. And lastly, Mayor Horvath, on September 7th, Sunday, at Huntington Park Tennis Club, there'll be a huge day for open tennis that's being sponsored by Canada Tennis, Tennis Ontario, and my office. It'll be a great day. Anybody can come and play, and we're trying to increase the interest of tennis playing and tennis participation and healthy living and activity across the city. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I don't have anybody else on the list, so I just have a few things that I wanted to share. Some of you've already talked about, so I'm not going to repeat on the community safety piece. I have consistently, as have many people around this table, been speaking out about the Jamesville Housing Redevelopment Project that'll bring hundreds of new households into the North End, new homes. And we all know, I think, that this project has been delayed for a very long time. What we are doing is asking the province to issue a minister's zoning order to help break the log jam that we're in and get the project moving. The land is ready to go in terms of what's going to be built there. The approval process is what's been stalling us, not the approval process internally, that's all done as well to a significant extent, but we still have a problem with getting over the appeal by CN. And so the zoning order it's a blunt tool, there's no doubt about it, but it's been initiated, as folks might know. The MZO is currently on the Environmental Registry of Ontario, which is a required feedback opportunity for 30 days. And I'm just wanting to say that if anybody has anything to feed back on, anybody has anything they want to say or contribute to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing about the importance of getting this Jamesville project unstuck and underway, please go onto the socials of the City of Hamilton's website, on my particular socials as well. There's a week left. The deadline for responses or submissions, rather, on the MZO in the ERO is August 12th. So there's just about a week left for folks to have their voices heard. And I just appreciate there's hundreds and hundreds of people who have already done that. And I think it's really important to continue that process. I wanted to say thank you to Councillor Wilson for helping to stretch, if you will, the resurfacing on Aberdeen Avenue, stretching it from where it was originally supposed to be to a little bit further on. We've heard, I don't know if the councillors heard, but we've certainly heard in our office a lot of gratitude. We heard a lot of complaints, and now we're hearing a lot of gratitude. And so although there's major work that needs to be done in that area, this is created a great deal of relief for folks who travel that road regularly. Councillor Jackson, I have to say I had occasion to be up on the East Mountain recently, and I was blown out of the water, let's just say. It's fantastic. So to all the staff and everybody involved in all the work you did with your community to realize that amazing reconstruction project, it's fantastic. Really something that your community and our staff should be very, very proud of. So tomorrow is Shea Day. I don't know if anybody's aware of that. Shea Day tomorrow. We have lots of people wanted to kind of get involved in this, but we had a process that had to be very tight because he's a superstar, and so we had to work with his team. And so I'm grateful for all the folks that wanted to be a part of a committee or something like that, but we just couldn't facilitate something of that nature, and it's regrettable. But what's not regrettable is it's all happening tomorrow at the Hamilton Stadium. It's the official celebration, our official celebration of NBA champion, MVP, finals MVP, scoring champion, best male athlete identified by ESPY, proud Hamiltonian, which he says every time he's doing interviews, our own Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. We all know that he has made history as the first Canadian to win finals MVP, most valuable player, the first to lead the league in scoring, and only the second to earn regular season MVP. So he's also one of just 4 players in NBA history one of only 4 in NBA history to win all 4 major titles in a single season. And of course, now he's being recognized on the world stage with the ESPY for Best Male Athlete that designation. It's pretty amazing. Right? It is fantastic. And people are excited, and I'm excited. So if you can be there, please do. We have thousands, literally thousands and thousands of people are going to be attending. It's going to be live streamed, my understanding is, by TSN. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal for our city. It's a big deal for Shea, and it's a big deal for all of us who like to be part of the the positive stories in our community, the things that we're celebrating, and there's a lot of them. This one's a doozy though, and so it's pretty exciting for our community to show Shea the love and pride that he inspires right here at home. It's not just a world-class athlete thing. He's one of our own, and we need to do everything we can to provide the hometown celebration that he deserves. And that's happening tomorrow at the stadium, 2:30, I believe. I'm looking up at my staff. 2:30 is the time. So be there or be square. It's going to be an unforgettable day, and I hope to see you all there. And those are my comments. Thank you. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list for the statements. So we'll go to the next item, which is the minutes, the closed session minutes of July 16th, 2025. May I have a motion to approve the closed session minutes of the July 16th, 2025 meetings as presented? Show of hands vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Oh, seconder. Mover and seconder is Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Wang. So show of hands vote is all in favor. No opposed that I can see. That carries, therefore. So now we have before us the opportunity to move into closed session, but I wanted to fly by folks that really the item in closed session is one that we will then just continue to bring to open session. So if there are questions that people have about the appointment that's identified in the closed session, then we will go into that closed session and have those discussions. If there are none, I think it's quite in order to simply go straight to the approval of the appointment. So can I get a sense, is there anyone that has a need to ask questions or any concerns to be raised in private because it's a human resources personnel matter? Seeing none, we will then go to the open session resolution or matter, which is 12.2, confidential memorandum respecting the appointment of an associate medical officer of health. Councillor Kretsch, may I have a motion to appoint an associate medical officer of health and maintain the confidentiality of the memorandum?
Yes, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Nan. And as the chair of the Board of Health, I thought I'd provide a couple of comments here about the recommendation we see in the motion. That's at the end here. So just for those who aren't on the Board of Health and wouldn't have heard this in public, because we had a discussion about it, was with respect to how this process worked in the past and how it works now. And so what happened is the recruitment process began before there was a Board of Health. And so then naturally what would have happened in the past is the recommendation would have come to the Board of Health, and so it came anyways. And so the process before us is making sure that council actually has a process that's in writing to develop, well, how's this going to work? Because technically speaking, the Board of Health doesn't make decisions about how we appoint medical officers of health and associate medical officers of health. That's done by council. That's why it's here today for us. But we can make a recommendation. And so that's what we've done here. And so that's something just council to be aware of. There's a difference in the process and that we need to have some kind of a policy to determine how this works in the future so it's not awkward. But for now, we're going to carry on with this method of recommending. I think my only job here now is just to read out the name of the person. So that's there. And I have the motion in front of me. So I'm not going to read the whole thing out, but I'll read the name into the public record for now, and then we'll vote. It says, therefore be it resolved that council appoint Dr. Shima Shakori to the role of Associate Medical Officer of Health, that the Medical Officer of Health be directed to submit the necessary documentation to the Minister of Health for approval. There's many layers of approval. And that staff be directed to report back with a written policy for the selection of the Medical Officer of Health and Associate Medical Officers of Health for Council's consideration, and that the report remain confidential.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kretsch. So that motion is before us, and we'll go to the vote. I think it's a electronic vote this time. Thank you. That carries 11-0. Thanks very much, all. We're on to item 13, bylaws. Councillor Francis, may I have a motion on the bills? Oh, Councillor Francis doesn't have the motion on the bills. So can we get a standard motion on the bills up so that we can have that happen?
Mayor, I can read what the motion.
So that so that bills 143 through to 162
be approved
and signed by the mayor. And
that bills number 25-143 and number 25-162 be passed, and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered, be signed by the mayor and the city clerk to read as follows. And then we have the list of the bills.
Moved by Councillor Francis. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Thank you. And let's have electronic vote on that one too, please. That carries 11-0. The business of this council being completed, we are now adjourned. Thank you.